Yo! What? Yo, Shambin, what's good? Huh? So my webcam program that I used to set my settings for the webcam is A not running and B not starting up. What? Every day something new. Every day something new. Okay, okay. Interesting. Weird but interesting. Whatever. Did it die? I don't know. Seems like it was never running, but it's weird. Every day something that wasn't the case the day before. What the fuck? What is going on? What's going on? Can we mention how fucking good Sanabi's soundtrack is? Crazy. Crazy shit. My forehead looks bigger today than the last couple of days. How is that a thing? Whatever, how you doing? Early stream indeed. Good to see ya. Egg? Yeah, I look egg-shaped. I look oddly egg-shaped. I agree. Do not know why. I do not know why, but that's whatever. Maybe it's just missing camera settings. I don't know. calling me egg? The fuck? Just outright calling me an egg.
Hawaii, you're gorgeous.
Hi, Tappy. How are you, Dra? But yeah, early stream today. Yay! That's obviously a joke. Compared to the last days, it's not really a joke. Okay, 1 second. Gotta get a drink. Wait, what? I'm great. That's good to hear. Asking for the meme. Asking me how I am for the meme. Is that what you mean? Because I don't answer that question usually. That's fair. That is absolutely reasonable. But yeah, getting a drink. Give me a second. God, my room is a mess. Down, down, down. The new Scott is weird, not gonna lie. Anyways, how y'all doing? Good to see ya. Welcome to an early stream right here, Twitch TV/YouTube. I am live on YouTube again. Back to YouTube, baby. On the full grind. On today's agenda. Whatever the fuck I feel like. We didn't get to a lot of Mario Mon yesterday on Mario Mondays. So, most likely some Mario Mon. But I also promised that we will finish Jump King 3 this week. And if my calculations are correct, I think it's Tuesday. I'm not too sure. It might be Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? Yeah, I think it's Tuesday. So I would say expect either Mario Mon and or Jump King, and we have a video to finish, so Mediashare. I enjoyed Mediashare yesterday. More like me ranting over stuff that presented itself as a fucking review, and it turned out it wasn't. At least not really. Hey, yo Timmy, how you doing? So what was the meme, Tappy? Did I stray away from answering the question on how I'm doing? Yeah, good call. Whatever. Could be better, could be worse and stuff. And Timmy, good to see you as well. All the love to y'all. How was the start to y'all's week? Weeks? Is that how you say it? How was the start to y'all's weeks? I changed my hairstyle. Sorry. Oh, good push though. Good push though. That was crazy. I changed my hairstyle. Does it change how much of an egg I look like today? I have a super cute new skirt, but it is irritating me as well. You had a decent day. You went to the dentist and slept immediately after I got home. Okay, did the dentist add to the day being decent? Or is that just some whatever thing? Yeah, as in if I change my hair, it makes my head look less egg-shaped. I don't think so. Hi, CEO Zhangling. The fuck's a Shangling? What's Shangling? Yeah, what's a Shangling? Trash bin? Why? You went to the dentist. I bet you look clean as shit. High value. Just whatever. Basically the only thing I did today. Okay. Better than doing nothing. Like, it's one of those situations where you can just like end the day and saying, yeah, I did some stuff today that had to be done. So maybe it's just like, why not? It adds to feeling productive. Oh, today, yeah, I went to the dentist today. I had a mandatory appointment today. Makes you feel more important. No, just me? Okay, fair. Yeah, I don't think that changes anything. Give me 1 second. I feel like anything that distracts from my forehead is good. Anything that distracts from my forehead is a W. Should we start with Mario Mon or Chump King today? Keep in mind, any session of Chump King could be the one. Good enough? Again, the hair or the dentist situation? Chump King then? You want to see the game ending? Hair. Good enough. I think aiming for good enough is good enough for me. The stream is behind. Ham. Now it looks like there's no hair at all over here. Whatever, maybe I made it worse, maybe not. Who cares? Low-key, I do. But it's whatever. As you said, good enough. We go with good enough. I care. Now I'm subconscious about it. Self-conscious about it. Self-conscious about it. Now I feel like I have to change it. Fuck. Why am I downloading shit? I don't care. Make up your goddamn mind! Also, YouTube chat is not open yet. So give me uno secundaro, por favor. Uno secundaro, por favor. Haven't done this in a while, you know? YouTube streaming. Foreign territory to me. Wait, am I live on YouTube? Yeah, okay. Here are you so it took do. Excuse me? Also, I think it's all the brightness that makes my forehead so apparent. You can know what's going on in the back, okay? It's a messy situation, but I like it. Yeah, turning down the exposure made it a little better. Also, I need to look like this the entire time. If I raise my eyebrows the entire time, the forehead shrinks. It's terrifying that I look like this the entire time. Stream is behind. Oh yeah, also I'm quickly gonna try to replug my USB dongle thingy into another plug, into another port. Maybe that fixes the problem with like the Bluetooth controller not being a Bluetooth controller anymore. If not, it's kinda annoying, but also not the worst thing ever. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be down under. Your end? Your stream was behind? Yeah, I mean, I would guess that it's your end when you say your stream is behind. Come on, work, please. Why does it not work anymore? What did I do? I'm gonna reconnect. I don't know if that's a bad or good idea. Like unpair and repair. Not repair as in like repair, but repair. Like pairing up. I repair, but I'm not repairing. Like I'm repairing, but I'm not repairing, if you know what I mean. You catch my drift? I'm repairing. Like, how do I explain that? Oh, I gotta look for a USB device. Okay, it found two controllers. What? How do I know which one's this one, huh? There's not a second one that's connecting, huh? We didn't get any response from the device. Yeah, maybe don't show me two of them if one is not responding, you idiot. These two buttons? Can I have a singular? Can I have a singular stream ever? A singular stream? where just stuff works that previously worked. God, it's annoying. Yo, Berserk, how you doing? Pick one, hope it's right. I picked both and they were both not right. Wait, that looks different. Oh! Okay. Okay, got it. Good stuff, I think. Berserk, how you doing? Good to see ya. What's happening? Oh, the usual. Issues with the hardware. The usual. Just stuff being stuff and stuff, you know what I mean? W English? Yeah, I meant repair, not repair. I can... What I meant was... I meant repair, not repair. And I mean... You ate plastic? What? How the fuck did you eat plastic? Doing good? That's good to hear. You ate undercooked chicken earlier anyways. So what's what? What's worse? The chicken? What's worse, the chicken or the plastic? My hair got super light at one spot. That's weird. You see this dent? It looks like I just don't have hair there.
One way to get to heaven, and I'm saying plastic is worse than undercooked chicken.
But that's hair. It's just so bright. It got so bright, I don't know why, that it always looks like there's no hair here. But as you can see, there's hair. It's just that one strain that's way brighter than everything else. You see that shit? And then it looks like there's no hair if I just like have my hair down like this. And what's that dent? Looks like there's just a dent. But that's not true. The fuck? Just like my hair, what the fuck? Yeah, it just brightens up like so much that now it's skin color. What the fuck? Like now I just have a skin color strain. Whatever. Whatever, what gives? What gives? Am I right? Up top, chat. One way ticket to heaven and I'm eating plastic is worse than undercooked chicken. I'm saying, oh. I don't know about that. I don't know about that actually. I actually don't know about that. Almost pressed new game. Good play. Big place. Big gaming. Oh yeah, I gotta change category as well. Why is there so much to do all the time? God, streaming is so hard. I wish I was working at McDonald's or something, god damn it. The struggle I go through every single day, you know what I mean? No baguette braid today, I don't feel it. I thought I felt it, I didn't feel it. What are you eating? Ass? Ooh. That's pretty good. I mean, depends on the ass. God, my hair. Pisses me off. I would say it depends on the ass, but better than plastic and undercooked chicken most of the time, I think. I wouldn't know, but most of the time. It should be. Eating ass might be yucky, but at least you're not dying from it most of the time. Hey yo, Rochi, how you doing? Good to see ya. Speaking of, how's everybody doing with their Pokemon teams? The showdown is nigh. The first ever double Ubers showdown is nigh. How are we doing with the teams? Does anybody still need some help? Haven't started? Yeah, okay. I think that's bad considering that's the first ever of its kind and the most complicated way of playing Pokemon. How you doing? I'm doing good. How about you, little one? I'm doing good as well, but I don't like starting up here. Why? Yeah, now I have to perform, you know? Does that make you anxious? Kinda does, yeah. That's okay. That's okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. There's no stress attached, okay? We got an entire week. An entire week to do this. If you want, we can just have fun today. That was horrendously close. If I fell there, it's down to chapter 4. Don't fall. Don't add pressure. Come on. The little queen has been doing so much for us. You know?
Woof.
Is that a question? Is that a question, Ivy? Is that a question or a sentence? An expression. Bang my head still on the doubles. Mentally gonna say fuck it, we ball, because I don't know what to do. I told you plenty of times that you can ask for help from... Is that bad? No. You can ask for help from Pokelel. Maybe Pokelel can find some time to help you out. Also, I mean, since we're all together today, like the beginner squad rise up, other than Sam, maybe I'm just doing a little basic tutorial on stream on team building. We can go through stuff like support Pokemon, overall ideas, overall team building, movesets, like what changes in terms of moves, and roughly how it's gonna be different. We could do that. We could do that today. If most of y'all are still there after Champ King, then let's do that. Let's do that. Hey, yo, last chapter already? Wait, what if I just beat the game as is, now? Just now. What if I just beat the game now? What if I just start the stream by beating the game? Wouldn't that be fucking sick, actually? Let's do that. Let's quickly beat the game. That would be so messed up. Well, fuck. I wanted to reposition, god fucking damn it. Oh, damn it. Whatever. Good first push though. Maybe we beat the game today. That was a good first push. So I'm playing well. What do you mean? We just started the session. What do you mean? If I can do this in 5 minutes of playtime? God damn it. Give me an hour and we're done with this shit. Great work. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's not Zoe and stare me. Was that a cry emote? Planning to ask Pokelord on some help since you won't be playing this if I'm correct. Yes, did I not tell you? Remember me, Lucifer finally paid me. Fuck, that was too quick. After forcing to call him master. Still I'm washing my tongue saying that to him. So you got your money. So I will treat you like the enemy again. Gotcha. I mean, Sammy's not here right now, but should we just go through some very, very basics for you to just start building teams and then you can flesh that out with Pokelol, or we do it later? You know what I mean? Wait, what? I mean, now that you call him master and he paid you and your loyalty is now with the highest bidder, aka Lucifer again, that makes it sound like you and him are back like this. You know what I mean? Yo, Nakuna on the YouTubes. Good to see ya. I'm jinging it. Ooh, also rip. Nice job, Zoe. Thank you. I literally just started. I just started jumping. Okay, let's do some overall shit. Because why not? What happened to my song? School internet so ass, bro. I feel you on that one. I knew, because yesterday you told me you're back at school. And I was like, you know what? I have to start streaming on YouTube today again. So there you go. Glad I did. Bagala. You still hate him. Oh. Okay. Considerations when building a team for Uber doubles. So quick little basics so you can just like start thinking about ideas and stuff. What am I doing? An overall idea based on the Uber Pokemon. Since we only have one Ubermon allowed, I would really recommend to build your team idea around that. 1 second. I don't want to leak my team, so let's just go with a clean slate. Bam. Oh fuck, that's OU, that's not correct. Ubers. Thanks, so you're welcome. I also have a new skirt. I thrifted that shit. Super cute. It has a rose here. I don't know how much you see of it, but it's like super cute. Kinda love it. It's pretty, right? Super cute. Super cute. Yo, so Threeven, how you doing? Maybe perfect timing, because we're quickly going through considerations and some basics of team building for Uber's doubles if you join the showdown this weekend. Good to see you. I don't know. Very nice. Looks like one of my skirts I have. It's so cute. And it's super breathy. Like it's super summer style. Super breathy. I love it. It's really cool. Like it a lot. So your first step in building a team should be picking a Uber Pokemon. keep in mind, Mew is still not allowed. We're not going for transform users because that would be broken. I mean, Mew wouldn't be broken because you pick Mew as one of your restricted Pokemon, your Uber Pokemon. The one of your Uber Pokemon, you pick that one, and then you're kind of like stuck with that one anyways. But if you then pick something else that can transform, all of a sudden, you are the only person that has 2 restricted or slash Uber Pokemon. And in doubles, it's way easier to perform, like to pull it off, to get that other restricted mon. So you just go with something, we go with something super basic, because why not? You know, the water team basic shenanigans. So either we go with the dragon here or Kyogre, right? So let's say you pick Kyogre. So with the drizzle ability that automatically sets the rain, you would go for like a rain based team or some variation of it. At least that's the core or a big portion of it, right? So pick your Uber first, right? Think about, when picking the Uber, either think about overarching ideas for the entire team, which would be something like Kyogre for a rain-based team, Groudon for a fire-based team like Drought, or something like, okay, usually I love to bring a dragon because that's versatility, and I just go for one super overpowered Pokemon. Then maybe you go for Ho-Oh and have another person setting, or Sunny Day on it, but another Pokemon setting the Sunny Day for Ho-Oh to be even better. Use it as a setup Pokemon, for example, or go for something like Latias, because now you can use overpowered stuff like the Soldew. So if you just want to have an insane dragon, you might do something like this, right? So pick that first. Make it based on your Uber Pokemon. For the sake of this being easy to build a team, we're just gonna pick one of these rain or like weather-based shenanigans teams. Then a big thing is it's not necessary, but really recommended that all of your Pokemon have the move Protect now, or a variation in some cases, like a White Guard. Okay? You don't have to do that. It can still work without it, but in doubles, there's always there's more brain game going on than just am I outspeeding and just, oh, I'm switching in something that has type advantage or coverage in its moveset. So an example for something that completely changed when we play doubles is you stare down a Suicune, a water type that maybe is set up with Calm Mind once. You know it only has water and ice attacks, and you are out with a fucking fire type or flying type or dragon type. So you know you're in a bad spot. In singles, most likely your best bet, depending on the moveset, it could be something different, but most likely your best bet is to go for a swap into something that either can just tank it and is defensively good against it, and or into something that has an attack that covers it well. So you might go for something like a Starmie with some Thunderbolt. Makes sense. Protect in single battles is absolutely useless. The only time Protect in single battles is good is when it's literally something like, oh, you're charging up a Hyper Beam or a Solar Beam. Sorry, Hyper Beam has recharge. So you're charging up a Solar Beam, I can protect the next turn. You're flying up in the air, I can protect that turn, right? Other than that, Protect is useless in singles. In doubles, it is literally the best case scenario, because then you can always play these games of, okay, so I can now think that I'm out with the water type, let's say even crazy situation that I pick Kyogre, yeah. Let's say I'm actually out with Kyogre and Kingdra. in the rain, right? Because Kyogre sets the rain. If the other person hasn't done anything to override that weather, we are in this situation. So my best approach is, I want to have those Pokemon out. The rain is set, I have my 2 best rain users out. Why would I not try to capitalize on that? I get put in a bad position if I have to swap out. So the enemy, for example, has something that can use Thunderbolt, which is bad for Kyogre, right? But then I can play these mind games of, I could gamble and think that, maybe it's not even a gamble, but I can predict and read you in a way where I think, yeah, you're gonna use that Thunderbolt, and with the other Pokemon, either swap out, or protect, or try to get some chip damage, right? So if I now protect my Kyogre, can I just type it out? I can. So if I now just protect my Kyogre, because I predict you to attack that slot, because in the Kingdra slot it doesn't deal that much damage, then I can say, okay, I protect with Kyogre and try to remove your Pokemon that uses that Thunderbolt with Kingdra. There's way less of, oh, you have the better type out, I need to swap out my Pokemon now. That's happening way less if you know how to play your team and if you know how to play with these protect cases. Okay? So keep that in mind as well. C, pick about, I would say, yeah, whatever, 2 to 4 Pokemon traditionally. As in strong / synergizing mons that remove opponents or tank like crazy. So for example, stuff like, you have the Kyogre. In our situation we have the, yeah, actually I can just show in game. So I would say, okay, I have Kyogre, mainly super fucking strong, in the rain even stronger, auto sets the rain. I have a Kingdra there, I give it some shit like protect and like more of an attack nature, like everything's more based on really dealing a lot of damage, right? And whatever you want to do as coverage. Yeah, I mean, if we go in detail right now, I would say, for example, you could say, okay, I would, if I set the rain and water Pokemon are really, really common and popular, the enemy could also just bring a Kingdra and therefore the Kingdra has Swift Swim, now outspeeding at least my Kyogre. If I don't have my Kingdra out, they are benefiting more from the rain than I am benefiting from the rain, then maybe I go for Thunderbolt in my last slot of... Wait, does this thing has... No, okay. Oh yeah, Water Spout. So I could go for Thunderbolt if I predict something like an opposing Kingdra or whatever, an opposing water type, I guess, that wants to benefit from my rain. But if I then say, okay, like maybe they want to go for something else that is not benefiting from my rain but trying to counter it, then I might go for something else, right? But that's like basics. You had to deal with that before in singles as well. How many legendary mons? 1 Uber and 1 legendary outside of Uber is allowed. Going well, by the way, it's good to hear. Laptop is in repairs. Hopefully it won't be long. I pray for you. So hard only having Minesweeper is the only thing I can play. What about Roblox? Is the internet so bad? You're wearing a black skirt too at the moment. Ah, we're matching. That's cute. That's cute. That we're matching. That's kind of cute. So yeah, but good point to bring that up. So one of the other sweeper Pokemon might be this one. And then I say I need more coverage, so I go for Ludicolo, right? So that's a solid rain-based core. I would say this could be exchanged into I guess a lot of things. Actually. Yeah, actually a lot of things. Like for example, if you don't bring Kingdra, or like this is not your core idea, you might exchange something here with the Salamence, right? A Metagross, whatever. Yeah, for example, this seems like a solid core, and it is, but it's super offensive. That's like binking on the rain stays up and I sweep your ass, right? Fast and hard-hitting Pokemon. I don't have a tank here. If I want a tank, maybe I would do it like this actually, and not even bring the legendary if I don't need to, because I don't need to bring a legendary there. Or I think I don't have enough against dragons, and dragons are problematic for Kingdra, even though Kingdra has ice attacks and goes faster in the rain. What if the rain is not set? A Salamence is faster and sweeps my ass, right? Then I might go for something like an Articuno here, which not only is good against the dragons, but with move coverage like Surf, also illegal. Surf is illegal. Okay. Is that okay? Why? Why? That's weird. That's weird. Why is Surf illegal? Okay, maybe that one wouldn't be so good then. That's weird though. Oh. But whatever, I think you get the overarching idea. I'm not gonna go into crazy detail. But let's say I want a tank that benefits from the weather. Maybe I bring a Cloyster, something like that. And it's ice. So good against dragons. I wanna wear my black skirt now. I don't wear skirts. That's okay, you don't have to. Nobody's forcing you to. At all. But yeah, so your core is, and again, you don't have to bring a Uber Pokemon. You don't have to bring a legendary. It's maximum one legendary outside of Ubers and maximum one Uber Pokemon. You can totally do something different. But ignoring the Uber slot doesn't seem smart. Even if you don't go for a rain team. Let's say you bring a dragon usually, like a lot of y'all brought maybe a Salamence, or I brought a Flygon, then a Latios with Soul Dew is insane. Like, there is no dragon that hits harder than this. So, you don't have to base your strategy around this. Or you do something like, as I said earlier, the Ho-Oh, which benefits from the sun, but then have something else that sets the sun, you know? And then have a Charizard and whatever, right? And a Moltres. Like, you could go for, oh, I want them flying firebirds. And go for something like that, right? And then set the sun with something else. Either like this or like that. So there's a lot of variations now. Doubles opens up a lot of options. But let's go back to our example. So 2 to 4 Pokemon should be like strong Pokemon, right? That straight up just synergize with your team. And then the rest, and it depends on the generation, really, should be support Pokemon. And that's something new to single battles. Still like that. And overall, you want to look for coverage, to be defensively well equipped against a lot of things, to be offensively well equipped a lot of things. Base your idea and team building around, do I want to dictate the game? If you go for a rain sweep game, the team, you're gonna dictate the game, and you want to force the other person into a disadvantage and have to deal with your force. Or you could say, I want to have a more well-rounded team with the Latios lead, for example, that can then deal significant damage and is just good and versatile against, no matter if it's a rain team, a drought team, a fucking versatile team with sweepers, a tanky team, a hazard team, or whatever, right? But it's not specific for doubles. But support Pokemon is something specific for doubles. In later generations, there's so much more options for support. We talked about speed advantage a lot, and there's moves like Tailwind that make your side of the field faster for 5 turns, which is good for just Pokemon that have decent speed already. And then there's like stuff like Trick Room, which makes the slowest Pokemon go first. So like the order changes of speed. So if you go for a lot of bulky Pokemon, you have a Metagross, you have, I don't know, a Charizard, you have stuff like that, then Trick Room would be cool, right? But that's later gens, and then it makes more sense to have more of these, and then terrain setters and stuff. So if we would play Generation 9, I would say absolutely have at least 2 Pokemon that can support. But for this generation, 1 might be enough. But we also play with open team sheets, and that means like a lot of the time we will predict that you will bring that 1 support Pokemon in almost each duel situation, you know. And in this, for example, just any example here, gotta figure out who can learn that. But can I go based on moves? No. Okay, so I gotta just find something here. Since I don't run a legendary here, so I'm just gonna try to find one that learns the moves I need. Which could be it's a little fuck called Chirachi. Yeah, okay. Actually, in this composition, I mean, this could be good anyways, but roughly, I'm gonna show you 2 examples for support Pokemon that are pretty good and have different applications. And just the moves, these are just 2 moves that make sense to put there. Safeguard is illegal anyways, okay. On that Pokemon, but not this one, okay. Okay, yeah, then this is pretty good. This is pretty good to show different types of support Pokemon for different applications, I guess. For this one, I mean, being unable to do anything other than setting up light screen and safeguard is not good, so give it something else, right? Maybe Wish, maybe Thunder Wave could be good. Yeah, to get some speed advantage. I guess this could be a speed play, right? I would not recommend to run all 3 support moves here. 1 move that can deal damage would be good. If it's just chip damage, it's good. This one has Serene Grace, so maybe you just go for a Body Slam to get paralysis even when attacking, right? So yeah, let's say we go for this one being able to cure the team and being able to change the speed match of the game. With Body Slam, being able to paralyze, and I mean 30% chance plus Serene Grace, right? So it happens pretty often, and you get chip damage off, and then you have something like Thunder Wave just for the speed control. And Metagross in this situation would be more of a Pokemon that gives you defensive and a defensive edge, and then maybe something like, you want it to be tanky, so it's not really about hitting hard, so maybe covering something that your team not already does. So in this case, nobody here can learn Earthquake. I could go for Earthquake, you know. I mean, makes barely any sense, because Earthquake is good against mons that like fucking rock, steel and fire, which I have an option for everything here other than steel anyways, you know. So this would be only for steel mons. If you say you run a fire-based team, then all of a sudden Earthquake could be pretty good, because rock is good against you, you can deal with it with Earthquake. Steel, you can deal with it with fire. Another fire, opposing fire, you can deal with it with Earthquake. Again, if you build a fire poke, like actually based on the sun team, you're gonna run a Groudon, and therefore that's a ground type. So maybe this doesn't make much sense then. But we're going through some thought process here, not actually giving you a, oh, this is how you do it. What you also can do if you just want to be more annoying, you can go for stuff like Iron Defense. Again, something to attack would be good. Maybe Meteor Mesh could set you up as well while you're setting all the defenses. Maybe you want to be more annoying with this Pokemon and it's mainly there to not be removed easily. And then you go for a Rest Chesterberry build or Lumberry, right? So you could run this, and if you swap in and out smart and you always have a big force out anyways, then you don't have to deal damage with the support Pokemon. But again, I wouldn't recommend that. Makes it more complicated for you for sure. So let's see, what do we not cover here? I guess Steel. Yeah, I guess Steel, so could absolutely make sense to just say you run. In my situation here, I wouldn't bring that Metagross in this composition, but if I do, it's an Earthquake, right? And these support Pokemon, not only is it way more about, again, the moves supporting your team, setting you up for something, but also their EV spread is very different, right? So Metagross usually runs maybe super fast and super hard hitting. Because it is slow as shit, you want to make sure that it can outspeed some things and hits fucking hard, right? So maybe this would be an EV spread for a Metagross I would have used in a prior team. As a support Pokemon here, this makes absolutely zero sense whatsoever. I could still go for the speed if I think that makes sense, but if a Metagross like this, even with the speed EVs, runs into a rain-based team like this, then you will not outspeed. You will not be able to set these things before somebody can already go in with Ludicolo, with Kingdra, right? So speed is kind of like, it's always important, speed, but then again, if it's a tanky support Pokemon that you just pick to be slow and to set up stuff and you predict to be most of the time second anyways, then you wouldn't go for that at all. I wouldn't go for it. So let's just say you wanna outspeed certain things though, maybe other support Pokemon, so you can at least set your Light Screen, Reflect, Safeguards, and Paralyzations earlier than the others, then maybe you wanna outspeed the other support Pokemon, right? So then it could make sense again. And then you make this one, for example, just way more tanky. Like, think of the situations that you bring it out for. I would say against Steel to just be able to attack a little bit, because this is still decent attack stat. Or something that, okay, a Kingdra doesn't need much speed support in the rain. So a Shirachi and a Kingdra in this situation with Thunder Wave and Body Slam doesn't make so much sense. If I don't need it for the safeguard, I don't need it at all. And I can easily just run a Lumberry here and then this is barely a use, right? So I would not consider these two to be out on the field at the same time. So maybe if I want to support Kingdra, I want to do it with Metagross. So what can Kingdra not deal with or is weak to? And that's what I'm gonna try to build this Pokemon for. Again, Kingdra cannot really deal with Steel efficiently. So I could say, okay, I expect there to be a Steel Pokemon out when I need this combination, right? Then I maybe expect a opposing Metagross. Then I can decide to, yeah, either I want to deal a lot of damage to it, outspeed it and deal a lot of damage to it, or I want to be able to tank that shit well, right? Specifically that thing. So I go for physical defense, or just overall more bulk. So support Pokemon is like building a normal Pokemon, but with like 10 times more depth. So the easiest thing for you you're gonna build is that core, and the hardest part is picking the support, for sure. Like picking your Uber is gonna be the easiest. What moveset you're running on the Uber is gonna be the easiest. This thing has a goddamn attack, a goddamn fucking signature attack of 150 base power if it's at full HP. Yeah, I'm gonna run Surf, obviously. No, I'm not. I could still do it, but it's just like very easy to build these Pokemon in what they should be doing in your game. Maybe even Icewind, because I think not a lot of people learn that, and it has speed control. Yeah, Icewind is good speed control. Yeah, honestly, I like that more, because it's attacking and speed control. Maybe I would actually go for this, if I want to build a support Pokemon for speed control. Something like that. But yeah, Kyogre in this situation is going to be the easiest to build for me. So I have this, and I'm like, okay, what's the main issue, right? So if I say, okay, the main issue, for example, might be electric type, I can run an Earthquake here to just have some damage on it as well. Obviously, you want to get special attacks, not attacks, like physical attacks, but just thought processes, right? Maybe Ancient Power to get a raise as well. But these are going to be the easiest, where it's like 1 or 2 moves that you got to think about, plus the item. And then just go again with the spread that's recommended. That should be good enough. And then the support Pokemon is just the same, but adds a lot more to it, because this, a normal Pokemon, you treat it like, what is it gonna do with or against the opponent Pokemon? What do I predict? What do I want to cover? The support Pokemon does the same, but also what am I gonna do with my Pokemon? How do I get rid of weaknesses that exist now? And not weaknesses as in single battles, where it's like, yeah, at the end, this team needs a dragon. And I think this team is a good example, because my rain-based teams always had a dragon when it was single battles. Because a dragon is just good fucking coverage for everything that these Pokemon don't cover, right? It can learn Thunder stuff, it can learn, Jolteon was there. I wouldn't need that in the doubles. So that's why I say doubles gives you so much more versatility in what you play and how you make that work. I don't need a Jolteon here whatsoever. I do not need a dragon with good coverage here whatsoever. The rain boosts everything and makes my Pokemon faster and is auto set now. And then I support my Pokemon with stuff where like, oh, you want to kill me with Thunder? Yeah, what if I got my fucking light screen up? All of a sudden your Thunder is just a neutral attack against a super fucking good Pokemon that hits way harder in the rain that you don't resist anyways. So all of a sudden Jolteon doesn't make much sense anymore if I don't do stuff like I need another rain setter, right? Because I cannot rely on only this. I would need other rain setters, but then again, I can get rain on this, I can get rain on this, I can maybe even get rain on this. Maybe not. Yeah, I can. This thing learns everything, I guess. I think Jirachi, maybe even Celebi, are really good support Pokemon in that regard, that they learn pretty much everything when it comes to moves. But yeah, I think that's the overarching most important points. Considerations. The overall idea has a little bit of an extra, but that's the same for singles kinda. So, for example, my Rain Dance team singles had Rain, Swift Swim and Water at the core design, but then had, in my case, hard to remove playstyles. Wish, Rest, stuff like that, right? Chesterberry Rest builds, Wish on certain builds to Pokemon to swap in and out more safely. And for example, Wish is a good example as something to run. So if I would say, okay, I want to have some more coverage easily, don't need so many people that benefit from the rain directly, I can go for a Jolteon. That thing still can now hit Thunder consistently. That thing can now use Wish way more easily, because I can protect certain times where I avoid my Jolteon to be killed. I can have my other Pokemon, like say fucking Kyogre and Jolteon are out. You don't know. It's so hard to read. If I'm out there in the rain with Kyogre and Jolteon, it's fucking hard for you to read if I'm gonna use Jolteon with a Thunder, which is a lot of fucking damage, and it is in the rain, so it's gonna hit 100% of time. Or if I'm gonna pressure you with the water moves on Kyogre, which is like insanely strong if you don't attack this thing. So now you're kind of forced to read correctly that situation already, and it would be beneficial for you to attack the Kyogre, because the less HP it has, the less Water Spout is gonna do. But if you do that and I read your move correctly, I can protect with Kyogre and Wish with Jolteon. All of a sudden you didn't deal any damage. I set up a Wish either for Jolteon or another Pokemon that got maybe hit before and I had to swap it out. And now I can get Kingdra back in that slot and it gets healed by Wish. It's way easier to be able to pull off way more elaborate and crazy plays. You know? It's way less easy for the opponent to predict what you're doing. Reading gets harder, but versatility of plays you can make get easier or more broad. Okay? I think that was a perfect example where doubles is really different than singles. If I go for Wish, you know Wish is gonna happen. My Pokemon's low, or my Pokemon cannot deal a lot of damage. I want to get the other Pokemon back in. Now you know, oh, the Jolteon, if it goes for Wish, most likely it's gonna swap to that Pokemon that had received a lot of damage to get it back up. So maybe I already prepare a move or a swap for that Pokemon, so I don't end up being behind, in the disadvantage, on the back foot. Right? Yeah, welcome to doubles. Now you cannot ever safely say one or the other than if you know your opponent well or common strategies well. So that was building a team, and when it comes to like one quick tip for active playing, we went through a few tips now while actively playing the team, a few examples now on how to utilize Pokemon now and moves now, and some support Pokemon and whatever. But if you, for example, and that is a good example, the Wish thingy is a very good example. You gotta keep way more attention to where your Pokemon are positioned. aka spot A or B. Not only for stuff like Wish, for example, right? But also for stuff like, oh, I swap out into my Metagross only to set Light Screen or Reflect, and then I want to swap to something else. Think really closely to what you're gonna swap out. You can protect the other slot in that time for one turn. Another protect all of a sudden fails super easily. And not only that, but think about what is the opponent gonna target. Sometimes some weird shit like, I have Kyogre and Ludicolo out, and you want to attack Kyogre, and I can read that, because you want to remove him anyways. I can do some swapation where you go, okay, I bring the Jolteon into Kyogre to eat that shit, but then I keep the Jolteon out, so I think a turn ahead. Do I need the Swift Swim Ludicolo with the Drizzle Kyogre? Or do I want the Thunder Jolteon with the Drizzle Kyogre? And that is important what spot I take. Because that again is something that the opponent can or cannot read and predict. Where it's like, yeah, okay, you swapped it out of this slot, now you swapped it into Jolteon, and they can now say, was that just to tank my damage? Can Jolteon do something in this situation against me? If the answer is no, then Kyogre most likely will come back into that slot. If the answer is it could do something here, then maybe Ludicolo would be the one to swap. If the rain is set, maybe Ludicolo should stay in because it's still the fastest one on the field. If the rain is not set, then Kyogre will come in 100%, and Ludicolo in this situation will get buffed in speed, allowing them to go first. Yes, Jolteon can hit the Thunder, but not first, reliably. So that's so much more detailed. That's why I recommend it, and that's why we pushed the doubles so far. I'm honestly a little shocked that no one of y'all actually listened and prepared. Like actually shocked. Because I said it multiple times, we're gonna push that super far. We have an entire 3 weeks, no, a month between the last one and this one. Way more than usually. For you to be able to learn how to do shit in doubles. Because it is a completely different beast. You're gonna see that it's not the same game anymore. Like, it's not even an over-exaggeration to say doubles versus singles, it's not the same game anymore. It isn't. And yeah, so my last recommendation, if you have time and if you care about it, then go to comp, go into the Pokemon University, comp and showdown, click on VGC guide, I linked that, and go for stuff like team building. Read up here a little more, right? You don't have to read everything. We went through a few things. Stuff like speed control is the next thing you don't really need for Gen 3, because we don't have stuff that speeds up or slows down other than paralysis. Or rain, I guess. Stuff like typing didn't change much, right? Trick Room you don't need. Protect, very good to read, you know? And yeah, like there's a lot of things you can skip, but go into this team building and battling as well. I should say there might be, I don't know how much information here is just catered to Gen 9 VGC, but current VGC, which is like the official Pokemon tournament, is always doubles. And you build a team of 6, but before each game you pick 4 of those Pokemon. So keep in mind that maybe some things apply not to our situation, but are there because it's all treated as doubles with a team of 4 active Pokemon. That was a lot, and crazy enough, that's like the basics. That's the topics to care about, but we could sit here for each of these and go into detail for hours on end. Even in Gen 3, where it's not as vast as later gens. We don't have terrain, we don't have speed control, we don't have a lot of different variants of protect. You know? So yeah. Kinda shocked that you did not start earlier. When I said you gotta do it, because it's gonna be overwhelming. But yeah. Should I post it in Discord just as a refresh of your mind? Honestly, I should just highlight this video and post it, because like there was so much information that this is just not covering. Keep in mind, there was only team building with some cases of explanations, like some examples while battling. And I brought those examples because battling, knowing how to battle, and that's the same for single battles, is influencing your team building. Having strategy while in battle will translate to team building. The simplest example of that is, oh, I don't cover this type yet. What if they lead with the Firemon and I don't cover that? You know? You probably should, honestly. Yo, Pokelel, how you doing? We just did a little bit of basics when it comes to building a team for double battles and some examples on how to play it. You definitely wasn't lurking. Oh, so you listened. Did I explain it well as a basic thing, as a quick little, that's at least the basics you should care about? To be able to not just get absolutely obliterated? Making my team real quick. Yeah, I wanna see how you make a team for doubles real quick. Come on. But I told y'all! That's why we pushed this one so far. That's why I said this is the perfect moment, because I'm gonna be on vacation. Therefore, it's a month for everybody to prepare. And kept the Gen 3, so you can at least go for something like, oh, I go for my old team and flash it out for doubles. So if you now start building your team for doubles, another recommendation, and that's like solely for if you don't want to spend the next couple of days to flash out a really good new team, then if time is dire, change up your old team strategy. Not change up your old team based on the same strategy. And that also includes that you ask yourself questions like, what did my team struggle with a lot in singles, and how can I maybe avoid that in doubles? And with this rain team that we quickly put together here, this is a solid rain team. This is actually a solid rain team. So this quick little rain team, I guess I would say the following. Field hazards were a problem for me. In doubles, it's easier for me to get rid of field hazards, but it's also easier for the enemy to set them in the first place. So then I would maybe say something like, in this situation, since Chalcyon is either only there for wish or for, I guess, tanking predicted thunder attacks, and maybe the thunder in the range is hitting, and maybe thunder wave for some speed control or disruption. Let's call it disruption. I can also say, okay, maybe if I have problems with hazards a lot, then I now bring a Stami, right? So yeah, and that again would allow me to do stuff like light screen on the Stami, and opens up a Metacross for something else. Like then I can run the safeguard on the meta. I cannot, but can run something else on the Metacross. So yeah. And if you get more in detail with Protect, by the way, and I really would recommend everybody to read at least the Protect essay, whatever, this thing. Because just another example for Protect, usually setting up an agility with meta growth is gonna be hard. Ignore the rest of the moves, but just saying agility, for example, right? Or setup of Calm Mind or anything like that. In doubles, you can play a different game. You can force the opponent to predict a hard attack because Kyogre is out with Water Spout on 100 HP, right? You might damage it, that might be your plan, but you either want to damage the Kyogre, so Water Spout deals less damage, try to knock it out, or Protect to avoid that Water Spout this turn. All of these three will force you to ignore my second Pokemon. And now all of a sudden I can have my, I guess in this combination, doesn't matter. And now all of a sudden I have my Suicune set up with Calm Mind, and you cannot really do anything about it. And then next turn you're in the awful situation that both of these can absolutely go crazy on your team, right? So yeah, Protect is insanely deep. There's so much depth to it that, like, that's its own skill to master for sure. But yeah, that's the basics. Crazy that that's the basics. Me as a beginner, that's the basics. That's what I know, and that, like, it, I know a percentage. a single digit percentage. What I just told you is like single digit percentage knowledge. And then all the different use cases, all the different synergies, all the different whatever. Makes you feel like a fucking horse. Step away for a second. Did dishes and got cake. Ooh, I got cake as well. Thinking about selling it on the internet. Reopening the bakery. Pokemon scary. I won't ask for help. Why is Pokemon scary? Oh god, you're here. Good to see you. Appreciate the luck. Almost done with your team? Yeah, I highly doubt that. That's a flashed out team, but still cool, still cool. Now think about your... It's good to have a basis first. Now think about what could be a problem. Or how do you want to approach it? I bet you just copied whatever I did. I bet you just copied whatever I did, right? So Threeven and Pokelel are scary. What the fuck? What do you mean? I would be more scared of a little kitten, a fresh newborn kitten, than any of those. And Pokelel, obviously Pokelel, when people come to you with their straight up teams, not just asking questions, but straight up going, this is my team. Do you think that's solid? What can I improve on? Try to treat it isolated and not go, oh yeah, I know that Changbin is gonna bring that team, so maybe you want to prepare for a niche here, because hey, maybe somebody's bringing it, you know. So maybe when helping somebody, don't go for do this, but more go for these are your options if you want to achieve these goals or counter these things if you help them. Again, I want everybody to understand Pokelel is not obligated to help in an elaborate way. Okay? He offered that he is there to support y'all a little bit, maybe to just see the teams and go for blatant problems, to tell you blatant problems in your team or stuff like that, but or gives you a rating of your team and stuff. But anything that he invests is his free time, so don't expect essays and an elaborate answer. Just want to make that clear. There's no obligation to do that. He's doing that out of the kindness of his heart. Does seem about right for general basics. Coverage synergy is definitely a lot bigger of a factor than doubles, since 2 months are on the field, so you can more immediately threaten someone, something that threatens your other mon. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. We talked about the basics. Because I'm not gonna sit here and do like 10 hours after I researched so long, because I read most of that, by the way. Most of that guide, I at least opened it up every page and looked if it is important quickly, and I spent for sure 3, 4 hours, 5 hours letting TTS explain it to me while I'm working in the last 3 weeks. To be honest, Protect is strange in my opinion. On paper it sounds so whatever, like, oh yes, survived an extra turn. I didn't do anything this turn, so what else? What really happened? It's so practical in doubles because of stuff like doubling into one mon or making something else seem more worth to target since you're predicting Protect and so on. Yeah, yes. Yes. And I would argue that a team that has Protect on every mon or most mons is absolutely gonna outplay you if your team has no mons with protect. Because they can absolutely control what they want to do. They always can predict you doing something actively and not protect. Yeah, sometimes it's awkward. Sometimes we're gonna have the situation of two Pokemon standing across of each other and going, shield up. You're not gonna hit me, but I'm also not gonna hit you because I'm protecting and you're protecting. But yeah, there's a lot to it. As I said, setting up Pokemon is gonna be easier, setting hazards easier. Not easier, but there's more. I think it's more accurate to say it is harder to predict all the variants of plays that can happen. Swap, protect, actively attacking, or setting up, or status moves, or whatever. So that's actually harder, but you have more versatility in doing that yourself as well. So that's not a harder that's only for you. It's harder for both. Thank you. Thank you. Stop it. I'm very gassy today. I'm very sorry about being very gassy.
Did you know that 37 is 1 less than 38? 38 is 76 halves.
Wait, that's not... Oh, 76. Oh, I was like 69. That's not true, but 76. 90, thank you so much for the fucking Prime. What's this Prime? Oh, just a normal sub. Ooh, thank you so much for the normal sub. Appreciate that. 37 months is crazy. Do I have anyone that was subbed for that long? Like that often? What was... Subaru was 32 months. I think you're my longest sub ever. Thank you so much. How you doing? All the love to you. Appreciate the support. Also, third stream of me being back from vacation, and I had a sub each fucking stream. If we keep going like that, I make like $60 at the end of this month. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's like quadruple my income usually. What flavor of cake? Let's not talk about that. I don't know how to check it. Check what? How am I scary? Roach is scary. Roachy is scary? You mean in Pokemon? I guess. How do I read that sentence? I'm just sitting here being a cute face. Dub face, cute face. I never understood that smiley. That emote. I never understood it. Emoji. I never really understood what that fucking is supposed to mean. Straight up. Like straight up never understood it. What is this supposed to be? Like, what? The fuck is this supposed to be? If anything, that's tits with misaligned dots. Or these cute little dents that certain people have on their back to ass transition. Know what I mean? You know what I mean? The fuck is that? It's a dragon. It's a dragon from up top. See it? It's a dragon from up top, obviously. God damn it. gonna take a breather. I'm gonna take a breather. Night Eagle, thank you so much again. What did you mean, check it? Did you stream yesterday? I streamed yesterday and the day before, yeah. And I'm not intentionally intimidating, but I'm still scarier than a regular house cat. I don't agree, no. No, to me, I don't know. Is that bad? Is that a bad thing to say? You seem outraged about it. Yeah, I'm not required to answer anything. Plus, I'm not a full database and everything, ever. So I wouldn't be surprised if I make some mistakes, but I know some things, and I do like yapping about silly creature games, so Sfeel indeed. It's not important that you're an all-covering database. So far, I think it's gonna be our smallest showdown yet. I have 3 people that I think I know will participate. And that's it. Plus me is 4 people. This might be by far just the smallest one. If that's the case, it's gonna be only a double elimination tournament. No, I guess only a round robin tournament. And it's just gonna be fun. Just focused on fun, nothing else. Because, I mean, I have to go based on reactions so far. And it's like, I think Contra would join. I think Contra makes sense. I know that you join. I know that you join. I know that I think that Rochi joins. But no Sammy this time. No 7-6 this time. You are not joining Pokelel. Timmy I don't think is joining. Yeah, the usuals. So, yeah. Was the jumping going? We played 2 days ago, right after vacation. After vacation, I played a session, and I made it up to the last chapter, second to last screen, in 1 hour 50 something minutes. No, 2 hours. In 2 hours. In 2 hours. Speaking Jump King 1 beginning to Jump King 3 end, second to last screen. So it's going really good, but today we just started and then I realized, and Night Eagle I guess is also not joining the showdown. Or maybe y'all are, I don't know, but I feel like if you didn't prepare yet, then chances are low. But I played a little bit today and my first push was already pretty good. I played 5 minutes and already got up to the last chapter. So first push was good. And then we went into a little bit of theory on building a team for doubles. Pretty sure most, if not all, VGC teams always have at least half of the team with Protect. Only some very niche options usually involving stuff like Monster that tend to choice boost or pivot moves like U-turn. Yeah, and keep that in mind when you teach them. I did include that when I talked about how many support Pokemon do you want to bring. I did talk about that in later generations there's way more stuff going on, like U-turn, flip turn. What is that? What is that attack starting with P that makes Incineroar so extremely crazy broken? Parting shot. So parting shot, you have way less of these options. You have way less of shields, like spiky shield, like whatever. Right? So more protect variants, white guard, spiky shield, stuff like that. And speed control options are way more limited, or what your support Pokemon can do. There's no Tailwind, there's no Trick Room, there's no terrain, there is no, like, there's so many things that, especially with support Pokemon, are missing in this generation. So in a future generation, I would absolutely say go for at least 2 Pokemon, support Pokemon. But in this generation, maybe you don't even want to do that. Like this most likely is more like, in this generation, this is most likely more like 3 to 5 Pokemon that are just there to be strong Pokemon. And then you get 1 to 2 of support Pokemon. In our situation, like, I made a quick little team here just to show some different types of support Pokemon, right? One being more bulky, staying in, continuously doing stuff like building up defenses for your team and being hard to remove. Then support Pokemon like Speed Control heavy, Thunder Wave, Icy Wind, maybe Body Slam instead of Safeguard, but Safeguard for example, right? Then there's other support Pokemon that are not only support Pokemon, but more hybrids. When I... Like, you can absolutely just have the Metagross have Light Screen or Reflect, and still go for it being more of an attacking one. That's able to still do something like this, like I did with my old teams, right? And then there's support Pokemon that might be support and damage dealers, like we had with in this rain-based team. A Jolteon would be a cool support Pokemon that can not only hit Thunder consistently, but also can wish to help people, right? So yeah, support Pokemon are so much deeper than regular Pokemon. So much easier to build a Kyogre than the fucking Jolteon, Metagross, Jirachi even, with all these different options. So yeah, and also I forgot something about the support Pokemon. Obviously it should have something like this as well. But later generations, there's gonna be way more support going on. And they're gonna be more important for sure. And I guess, I don't know if that's considered a support Pokemon, I don't think so. But something like a toxic Pokemon, like Pokemon that can toxic and stuff. You know? Burn toxic and freeze and shit. The maximum amount of holes a baseball bat can have before being structurally too weak is 7.6. There has to be more specific factors that lead to that number. Like size of holes and distance of them and stuff like that. And material, being a metal bat versus wood bat. There's no way that number is just the one number for any bat out there. You know what I mean? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Who made that up? Now it's just to imply silliness or happiness or even friendliness. It's supposed to be a cat face. Fair. A meme that makes worse. No, I will not be elaborating. Fair, but you put a kappa there, so it's not actually worse. What do you mean falling? I fell once! Enjoy your ramen. Berserk, enjoy your ramen. Last chapter in 5 minutes is wild. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. Wait, not from the bottom. From the bottom of chapter 6. So I just beat chapter 6 in one go. And it was faster than 5. I just said within 5, because whatever. Trick Room is Gen 4, so we don't even have that. Yes. Starting this generation with the tourneys definitely makes it easier to get into, in my opinion, due to all the things that are missing. Yeah, and it would be stupid to go into it earlier, because the games weren't designed for that, and there's barely anything to do with it. Material hold size, etc. completely changed it from 30 over to 200. The one video I happened to come across broke after 7.6. Okay, I mean, that's pretty crazy still. Okay, quickly I'm gonna get a drink, and then we go back to jumping. Didn't do much of that yet. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Berserk and Changbin. And I guess Night Eagle. Just to put that out there. Something like... Something like... Lapras Parish song. All of a sudden, it becomes way easier. What's the Diglett evolution? Duck Trio. All of a sudden, something like Parish song becomes way easier in doubles than in singles. Because you can use that shit with one mon while the Shadow Tag or Arena Trap mon is already on the field. That's why I said your parish trap, or your parish song strategies in the first one, they don't really work too well in singles. A parish song team doesn't work too well, but a parish trap team can really go crazy. So, yeah. Keep that in mind, just putting that out there, you know? Just putting that out there. Also, what's also missing, Pokelale, is stuff like redirections, right? I think Follow Me and stuff. Rage Powder. Is Rage Powder a thing? I guess Rage Powder exists. There's so many options now. Y'all started way too late. I'm gonna be honest. A team building, y'all started way too late, but it's whatever. It's like the first one, so it's whatever. But there's so many options now. It was so basic beforehand. I told you, and I think today it made it really, really apparent that the game is not the same. The game is literally not the same anymore. You played singles, that absolutely means that you never ever gained any experience in doubles whatsoever. Where the fuck is my rage? Where the fuck is my... Can I just do this and then it shows me the Pokemon? So I can learn it? No. Where the fuck is my bug? My bug rage powder users? For sure that's a thing, right? What is that stupid... Shroom? What is that stupid shroom? Gen 5. Looking at this, if I had to make a team, I would go from 5 to 20 minutes to build an entire team to like 1 to 4 hours probably. That's a flex. I don't know if it means that's gonna be a good team. If you get a good team in 1 to 4 hours, well, fucking even for singles in 5 to 20 minutes, then that's a flex for sure. Yeah. I personally, I would not be able to build a good team for doubles in 1 to 4 hours. Giving all the research that I did and stuff, and giving my strategy for my team, I think I invested about, just brain power time, I invested about, I would say 10 hours, and then you gotta also consider all, like, I think it was apparent today that I do have somewhat of an experience when it comes to doubles and stuff, because I watched a lot of VGC, current VGC. So all of that combined, I would argue that my team took me about 50 hours to build. If I consider all of that being research. Which it was. I didn't watch those for entertainment. I was locked the fuck in. King Alonzi, how you doing? How you been? How you doing? My dear king. Yo, King! Done with my team. A working team, not a good team. Okay. Okay. I don't want to sound like an asshole, but maybe. Maybe I should nerf my team a little bit. And that's not me saying y'all are bad. But starting this late and then opting to do a team in 30 minutes and be done with it. I mean, maybe you just copy pasted most of what I did here. And I think that's a solid team. It would be hilarious if you went full metal and lost to RNG on round 1. I can still lose with a good team if I make predictions wrong left, right and center and get unlucky, yes. But luck is less of a factor in doubles. It's more about predicting plays. Reads are more important than luck. Because I have more tools. Doubles are way more dynamic with things to consider and options you have. In singles you really only have 4 moves and switching between whoever's alive. So at most 9 options per turn. Doubles you have the 4 moves, both mons, so there's 8 buttons already plus the others in reserve. Yeah, and I think the biggest change is that you don't just swap on type advantages and disadvantages. That's the main issue, the main thing that's gonna change for people. The main apparent thing is all of a sudden, and I showed that with my example rain-based team, that all of a sudden I don't even need to bring a dragon anymore to cover more ground. I don't need all the coverage anymore. If I can run away with the game, if I can make my side offensively strong and fast enough, and then have some ways to protect smart, to use move smart, to get support Pokemon going that enhance me, or even have light screen reflect more consistently up, so I don't care about that too much. There's just not, like, if you play singles, you have a Watermon, they have a fucking Firemon, they have to swap out. That is it. There's literally no answer. You have to swap out. The only depth is in what are you gonna swap into. That's the read I have to do. Now, with doubles, you can keep that mon out. Predict, or even bait the opponent to attack that slot. Or vice versa. Bait them to think that you're swapping, so they target the other mon. Make it better later, I guess. I mean, you do what you want. I just feel like that a lot of that is gonna be tools you have at your disposal, and if somebody built a team thoroughly for a long time and you slammed it out based on a small little tutorial of me in 30 minutes, I just think it's easy to say you're not gonna have that many tools to play with than the other person. And that's why I say maybe I should nerf my team. I don't know. Or just play more funny. Just play more risky and funny. I don't know. I think that could be an option. So, gonna be right back. Then we get back to more chumping. I'm alright with losing. I mean, you should be anyways. Everybody should be. But still try your best, like not as in freak out about it. Spend all your spare time with it now. But at least take it once in a while. Since I thought about two different teams, maybe we're gonna do it in a way where I let Yal decide what team I bring, so you can even prepare for it. Because I'm gonna be straight up honest with Yal. Rain is a pretty insane thing now with double battles. Because the only way to really counter it is to have other ability weather setters or sunny day setters. So we're talking Tyranitar, we're talking Groudon, we're talking stuff that sets sunny day. Right? Now I'm gonna tell you the core issue, and it should be apparent. A rain person is not afraid to even swap into your sunny day or your sandstorm with a water Pokemon, because it's ground or fire. And therefore it's just way harder to deal with it. And you have more options to get your Pokemon back in that you need to set the rain, or even set the rain in the first place and stuff. So one of my teams is a rain team, obviously, because I love that shit and I think it's insanely powerful. And my first idea was just making my singles team into a doubles team, because it was just fun to build it, you know? To now have it finally unleashed to its perfect form. That being said, I do have a second team. And maybe I'm just gonna run the second team. I think for Yal to learn a lot, the rain team is better. Even more so if you know what I'm gonna bring, and you can prepare for the rain. So maybe I'm gonna let Yal decide if I bring either the rain team and tell you that it's the rain team, or I'm gonna bring the other team and not tell you what it is. Because I tell you with confidence, Rain team is the overpowered meta team in doubles Ubers. You can still fuck me up crazy with the Rain team if you pull off a cool Parish Trap team. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you go for something that's super defensive against Rain, absolutely. I still got the speed advantage then, but absolutely. If you pick something that benefits from the Rain, but has core elements that counter a more pure Rain-based team, then absolutely. If you have a hybrid team that can benefit from the Rain and the Sun, and you expect me to bring it anyways, so you bring Groudon, for example, to set the sunny side, but have the other half benefit anyways, like Ludicolo, Kingdra, benefit from the Rain anyways, you can also absolutely find ways to fuck me. You know what I mean? Sun does reduce water damage, thereby making it neutral instead of super effective to fire. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I can swap in and I can more easily get another Rain Dance off or swap in the Kyogre. Like, all I have to do is swap out one water Pokemon against another water Pokemon that can tank shit, even have maybe the light screen up, and then swap Kyogre back in and we're back to square one. And now you're forced to swap in Pokemon that are weak to it no matter what. And not dealing damage much to it no matter what. Like, yes, you deal more damage because of the Sun, but at the same time I'm still resisting it. Yeah, so it's like you can only get to neutral or worse, while the Sun, the Rain team can only get to neutral or better. You know what I mean? Like, if we look at 3 different states, being in the advantage, being neutral, or being in the disadvantage, you can only be disadvantage or neutral with your Fire team or Sun team, while the Rain team can only be in neutral or the advantage against the Sun team. You know what I mean? So, doesn't matter that much. Biggest threat I think of with Sun against Water is Solar Beam users benefiting off of the 1-turn beam instead of the 2-turn beam. Yes. But you can also go something like, okay, you run a Rain team, more pure Rain team. I bring people that can use Thunder, a lot of them. If a lot of people can use Thunder, all of a sudden you use the Rain against the Rain user. You're gonna go second, so you gotta live at least a hit against Ludicolo, against Kingdra. But you can deal a lot of damage. Bring dragons that resist water and give them thunder. So there's options to play against the Rain team. But I would argue it's, for a beginner, way harder. Welcome back to you. But yeah, there is options, absolutely. But just on paper, Rain is the superior base idea of a team. But we talked about it earlier, and I think that y'all should not forget about that. If you love dragons, and dragons are good against Rain, then maybe build a team around Latios. Latios Soldu is insane in its attack. And then, guess what? Bam. You can equip it with Thunder. All of a sudden, if I set the Rain, I fuck myself. I fuck myself hard. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden my Uber Pokemon is almost negated to a point where I'm like, I don't want to get it back into battle. Because I cannot control if I set the Rain. Kyogre will just do it. So, yeah. And the Thunder with Soldu on this attack stat and this speed that I think outspeeds Kyogre. Yeah, absolutely does outspeed Kyogre. All of a sudden, my Rain is fucking me, you know? So, yeah. Pretty sure Soldo item was outright banned in Gen 5 and maybe Gen 4 because of how absurd it is. I think it was, but then it didn't matter because they got... Was it the Dragon Orb? No, what was that item? It's not Dragon Fang. Like there were a bunch of items that worked like Life Orb, just more crazy. They gave you just 50% more damage on dragon moves. And then Dracomedia is a move that Latios got in a later chance. Did it show in this gen? Yeah. So Dracomedia with that dragon thing at some point was better, I think, because Soul Dew was either banned or nerfed. And that did the same other than special defense. It only gave you special attack 1.5. Or maybe only for dragon moves. But yeah, I mean this... This right here could be an insane counter to rain-based teams. You have an insanely good option against the Kingdra. You have an insanely good option against all the Watermons and mainly Kyogre. And you have an insanely good option to set up your own mon to just sweep. Dragon Gem, maybe? Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. Should we do that? Should I just either tell you I bring the rain team, or we just bring the mystery team? I feel like that might be more interesting. But it's the first time, like, I was just hyped because it was the first time for me to be able to really make my favorite type of team shine, you know what I mean? It's like Parish Trap now can shine, and for me, finally Dad was able to shine. You know what I mean? So that's the reason I made it. Got enough to only buff Psychic and Dragon moves by 20. Instead of special stat. That's a crazy nerf. Crazy nerf, but a necessary one. One second, by the way. I had an idea, not Pokemon, but I had an idea. It's happening? I just noted down. I took some notes. Wasn't about Pokemon, was about JK. I don't have to tab out. Yeah. W idea, you don't know that. Also, why the fuck does it always auto-select give up when I tab out? Imagine you don't pay attention when tabbing back in. This game is fucking nefarious. Imagine you're not paying attention, you just click. That would be awful. Yeah. I mean, it depends. It depends. Right now it's like whatever, right? We restart so often and give up so often. But still kind of fucked. I still hate him. What was that about? Or is that the finale again? We listened to the soundtrack twice while not playing the game? Wow. Fwah! Queen, are you ready to beat this game? I'm always ready. Look at that. I'm playing really well today. That was close. That was close, and that's a bad fall. If I fall there, oh my fuck. Why is my audio so quiet? Alright. Oh! I thought that's gonna be a bad fall, but it didn't matter. Oh shit. That one kind of pisses me off. That was a shitty fall. I'm worse at the beginning of this chapter than in the end. Somehow. Like this jump, one of the hardest. Don't fall. Good advice! I'm gonna try that from now on. How am I bad? Why did I think falling is the way to go? Gosh darn it. If that jump right there would be the end of this chapter, god fucking damn it. I would fuck it up so often. Splat. I got so good at this game. Why did I not beat it already? It's kind of crazy. Okay, I take that back. I'm shit. I'm dog water. Actually trash. Yeah, if that jump would be at the end, god damn it. That would be so bad. Like, more often than not, I fail it. Dibby-dibby-doom. 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 Also, we still got a video to finish today. We still got a video to finish today, by the way. Still? Yeah. We got to like 12 minutes out of 25. But I mean, to be fair, the beginning of that video was some basics that I elaborated on a lot. Because I was like, okay, you talk so much bullshit at the beginning of your video. I'm gonna point out various ways, like point out various fallacies and whatnot, right? And give examples that disprove you. Is that a bad foul? No, it's okay. So I talked a lot at the beginning of the video, and it seems like later on in the video they go way more into... Honestly, they repeat themselves the entire time. And contradict themselves the entire time. That video is so fucking horrible, it's insane. Like, honestly. And guess what? They found more things to complain about. That were easily disproven immediately. But it seems like the beginning of the video was a lot about difficulty of games. With all the bullshit about tutorials and factually incorrect information about games and in terms of difficulty. Saying a lot of stuff like, there's too many tools that makes the game easier, while talking about tools that they do not have to engage with at all. Then saying bullshit like, tutorials take an hour for me. And then contradicting themselves again by immediately saying afterwards, like they ended that first chapter of the video by saying, to be honest, these games aren't even made for children. Like everything they built up to that point was, these games are made for children and too easy. Nowadays games are just too easy and built for children. And then they went to say, they're not even made for children. And they did bring up some examples of gaming in the past and how it was harder. And all of that, they even pointed it out themselves. That most of that was just because it was so wonky. And games weren't yet this advanced. And was more of a niche thing. And not trying to please everybody. Which is kind of like, yeah, you said it yourself. The games weren't harder. They were just less polished. We talked about Crash Bandicoot being crazy hard. My dude, if Crash Bandicoot is crazy hard for you, then I can see how you take hour and plus hour, like hour plus for tutorials. For me, it's outrageous to say in the same vein that games overall are too easy now. And I take over an hour for most tutorials. And Crash Bandicoot was crazy hard. That's a crazy set of words, back to back, not gonna lie. Bad fall. Mr. Ma, how you doing? Good to see you, all the love to you. Appreciate the luck. Hope you're doing good. People just have zero joy or whimsy in their souls. It seems like, yeah, that person seems so sad. I don't know. Like, all they do is complain about everything. When it's literally... There's no point. I saw some parts of a speedrun of Bonanza today, by the way. And maybe the dude should watch that. Because guess what? They play it their own way. They leave out entire required bonanzas, like forms, and find crazy tech to still beat levels where it's required to have those forms. Without having those forms. And obviously they don't go for big skill points and over leveling. And dealing a lot of damage and having a lot of life. And guess what? All of a sudden the game is not easy anymore. But oh no, it allows you to make it more easy. That's a cardinal sin. Freaking dogfight airplane level in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warp was super hard for me. Fair. I'm not saying like it's really easy. For sure, I'm not saying that. But a lot of games back in the day were hard because A, people were way less good at balancing. Pokelel and I talked about that. About the fact that most of the times you remember those games as in like there was that one really fucking annoying level or there was that one really fucking hard level. And I would argue, yeah, that's obviously happening if you don't know how to balance games well yet. So that's the first thing. Oh, that's a bad fall. Wait, I think that's a bad fall. I think that's down to chapter 4. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. So that's one reason. Or wonkiness in inputs. I think the Crash Bandicoot in inputs, like put that shit compared to fucking Celeste. Crazy how floaty the movement is. For me it was challenging or hard because it was so fucking unresponsive. So insanely floaty in mechanics, hitboxes, and inputs. You know? And nowadays, especially compared to like Mario Odyssey, it's so fucking smooth and responsive and intuitive. And we got better as gamers. So yeah. Bad shit. But also we talked about, like, there's a YouTuber that I sometimes watched who's called YouTuber, streamer, speedrunner, whatever, who's called Grand Puber, who has a series on his YouTube channel where he plays games that people remember as insanely hard. A lot of those games include games that usually these type of people bring up when they talk about these hard games back in the day. Like the Ghouls and Ghosts and Ghosts and Ghouls and stuff like that, right? And guess what? He usually takes not more than one sitting to beat them. And guess what? Usually he comes to the conclusion that they were hard because they were more cryptic. They were hard because they were wonky as shit. They were hard because they were totally unbalanced. They were hard because there was no way to patch stuff that's bullshit. They were hard because they didn't have yet figured out intuitive ways of doing stuff. and gamers weren't yet used to it, and they were hard, and that's the biggest point, because we were dogshit stupid children that just started gaming. But again, I'm more of the opinion that I wouldn't say it's true to just say no. All games back in the day were easier. But I also think it's absolutely not true to say games overall were harder back in the day. I think both is absolutely wrong as a statement. I just find more arguments, objective arguments, for why I think that there's more of a discrepancy now. AKA, a hard game nowadays is harder than games were back in the day for not wonky reasons. Often. Not all the time, but often. And an easy game nowadays is easier than most games back in the day that were considered easy. Because mainly it was more cryptic back in the day. So I consider games like Zelda an easy game. Old Zelda games were easy games. But only if you knew what to do. Kind of like the Souls spirit, right? If you know what to do, all of a sudden these games are not hard anymore. That's true for a lot of them. Goddamn schmoving queen! Oh my god, these jumps though. Sexy. Oh my god. Huh. And another reason why games were hard back in the day is they had the arcade swap over, or whatever you want to call it, where it's like when home consoles first got made, especially stuff like the NES and Sega, their main inspiration was arcade games. Games that literally were designed for you to have to pay to play and pay to continue. So they will fuck you up. They will have stuff like lives. Although there's a good argument to make that lives in certain games afterwards, like on the NES, barely made the game harder. It made it more time consuming and more annoying because you had to restart the level after your levels ran out. But it's not like, oh, that's a game over, restart the entire game. That's barely the case. You know what I mean? Also, holy shit, I'm good at this game. God damn it. Ha! Saw that? You saw that? God damn it. Fucking potent over here. Potent. As I said, sexy chumps all over the place. But yeah. So arcade is a big reason why games were harder sometimes. Like, I would say the average game back in the day and the average game nowadays is the same. Pretty much the same. But I think that difference between an easy game nowadays to an easy game back in the day and a hard game nowadays to a hard game back in the day, that changed. We have a bigger spectrum now. Because of a lot of factors. Also oversaturation and stuff, you know? Yo, Angel, how you doing? Good to see ya. How was your day? Chill day. Stream was good so far. By the way, I didn't sleep much. I slept, I think you saw it, like you were there yesterday, Pokelel, till the end pretty much. I ended up sleeping for 3 hours. After a 7.5 hour stream. And working today. That was cool. Bad? Why was your day bad? No, that's bad to hear. Hope we can make that better. I'm already tired. What do you mean already? Isn't it like Yeah, aren't we pushing like, what is it? 10 p.m. EST? Love game design. Fighting through an entire zone of the map is very cool. Yeah, I can easily tell you, by the way, games back in the day were not this punishing. Not a single one. Not a single game back in the day was this punishing. Even games that straight up always makes you go back to the beginning were not this punishing. For small mistakes. And didn't demand this level of mastering and consistency of it, where you can just speedrun parts of this game easily within minutes that took you hours on your first playthrough. And you still get absolutely railed by something as simple as just 2 buttons. Jump and direction. I can confidently say that. I can confidently say that nothing from that era, like NES, SNES, and 64, was as hard as BPM on the hardest difficulty, hardest character. Not even close. Didn't play all games, but at least the games that had that mythos of being amongst the hardest games ever, I either played them, had a bunch of friends play them that then also played some other games and can tell me that no, that was way easier. It was way harder because we were children and stupid. Or they were wonky and stuff. But like either that or just from the general consensus on the internet and data. There's data as well. Stuff like how many people beat certain things, right? You had a fever only today? Today was bad, I had a fever. And now it's gone? Watching the whole chapter fly by like that is crazy. Yeah, it is. It is. That's why I say at this point with the game, I'm kind of numbed down. I feel good again after the vacation. Again, try jumping again. I feel like I improved again. Maybe because mentally is better. The mental game is better. But yeah, it's like I fall, I have barely any reaction. I beat the entire game up to the last chapter in 1 hour 45 minutes. I barely have a reaction other than, yo, that was pretty dope. It was a pretty dope session. It's kind of like I for sure lost a lot of emotional depth playing this game. You still have it? Okay, that's bad. Hope you get well soon. I'm gonna try my hardest to make your day better, okay? With Pork Gaming, interesting conversations, and just good vibes. 3 is like 8 with the bite taken out of it. That's totally enough sleep. A bite taken out of it. Almost 9. Hey, yo, Gold Knight, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to have you. I'm beyond numb on Babe of Ascension at this point. I can see that. I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I understand people who beat it in under... Fuck, I didn't pay attention. Beat it in under 50 hours. Babe of Ascension in under 50 hours? I already don't get people that beat this game under 50 hours. Like, honestly. I forgot to count accurately, but I'm talking about... Like, I'm sure that I already invested 35 to 40 hours in this game. Like, Jump King 3. Ghost of the Babe. Like, honestly, it's been 35 to 40 hours. You know? So it's like... And the crazy thing again for me is... Before I did this challenge, I did this map, I already got a fucking 8-minute speedrun in Jump King 1. And a 30-minute speedrun in Jump King 2. After a few attempts. 5 and 2 attempts. After these achievements, that already place me in a very high percentage of the entire player base that had time to play this forever already and improve forever already and refine their times and jumping forever already. And then I take that long for this one. It's kind of like, for me, it's hard to believe that people say, like, some people claim they beat this one in like 25 to 30 hours. Some say even less, but I'm disregarding them because either that's actually the god gamers that did it, only them, top fucking 10 players in this planet, or they are lying anyways. But like 25 to 30 hours for this one seems unreasonable. Okay, thank you. I mean, I'm trying. Let's see if it works, right? Jump can consider jumping around the water that slows her down. No, she's weird. She's weird. Some people are crazy. They see raw, unfiltered pain and suffering, denying you any progress. Should you make a misinput, beat it, then say what? If I did that again? Wait, but what else that have to do with 50 hours? 50 hours means they are really good, not just disregarding pain. Guide the raid? Yes, it does. Who is that streamer? What streamer's called Yeah, it does? Good, a cool name. That's a cool name. That's a really cool name for a streamer. Who are you watching? I'm watching Yeah, it does. Who are you watching? Yeah, it does. That's not good grammar. That's not language. Who are you watching? Yeah, it does. No, I'm asking you. Who are you watching? Yeah, it does. I think that was a mistake. Do you think? Okay, we can give you back those points. Don't worry. That's a massive, massive amount of points. I can give you that back. Sounds like a sequel to How It's Made. How It's Made? Yeah, it does. What? Who's on first? First what? Stupid to fuck up that jump, by the way. But I'm just vibing. Is that more grammatical shenanigans to say who's on first? By the way, the plan for today, simple. Beat Jump King 3, then finish the Mediashare from yesterday, and maybe watch some more videos. Maybe we keep doing Mediashare, either while Pokemoning, Mario Morning, or just Mario Morning. Just Mediashare. What the fuck am I saying? Because yesterday was Mario Mondays, and we got 0 progress other than losing 2 months on Mario Mondays. So yeah. But I also promised that we will beat this game by the end of the week. End of the week, this game is down. It is beaten. Found more Forsaken videos? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry. I still play... I still rather like to play Roblox games than watch YouTubers for it. So far, I think all YouTube content for Roblox games I've seen is something that I would consider either insanely boring or even cringe. And that's fair if somebody says, yeah, and I think your content's cringe. 100% fair. Not gonna speak against that. Just telling you what I like and dislike. So, yeah. By the way, that would be the song right now. to beat the game to. And we keep that playing. Honestly, that would be the vibe. Let's give it a good push! Queen, are you feeling it? I don't know what that... Are you feeling it? I don't know what that... Are you feeling it? I don't know what that means! I love you. We're gonna do this. I love you too, but I'm irritated. Your energy is scaring me. Somebody of us, one of us has to have the energy and the other one has the skill. You know what I mean? Okay, fair, but who has the skill? You? What's that reaction? The fuck is that reaction? Just starting to blink awkwardly. Welcome back, Nakuna. Finally have returned. Finally, welcome back. How you doing? How you doing? Almost fell asleep in physics. Relatable. Stop being so relatable, come on. Freaking me the fuck out. We started this with Sanabi. We beat most of the hard parts while Sanabi was playing. We're gonna finish this shit while Sanabi's playing. Expect nothing and everything. See, I'm excited. I am. Good stuff. There's a whole skit where it was a baseball team lineup, but all the names were normal. Responses like, who, what, I don't know, etc. So it keeps going around in circles like, alright, who's on third? No, who's on first? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Like, it's actually easy to not fuck that up. Like, undershoot it until you get it is the easy way to do this. Undershooting makes you not splat here. It's safe to do this. Doesn't matter. The music that I need is playing. The energy that I need is flowing. We're gonna get here in no time. Don't worry about it. But that was fucked up stupid. Not gonna lie. That was just straight up a brainless moment. That was not like I just played bad. No. I just like was not, my brain wasn't there. Beatbox master. I wouldn't say master. I'm just a weird fuck with ADHD that and hyperactivity straight up that loves to make sounds. And I realized the more I'm beatboxing, the less I'm stimming. I don't know. And as of late, I don't know what's going on in my brain, but I am doing it a lot. Like every few minutes, I catch myself doing a little bit of... And it just happens. Beatboxing is stimming? It kinda is though, yeah, it kinda is. It kinda is. So, what did I tell you about no issue? We're gonna be up here in no time again. There you go. So. It won't let me say the queen is feeling her girl appendage. First of all, what does that mean? Second of all, what doesn't let you say that? That's okay. Oh, I just wanted to reposition. I just wanted to dive over. As we get close there, it's more safe, but whatever. Whatever. So far I'm failing more because I'm thinking stupid, not playing stupid. I mean, I guess I play stupid because I think stupid. Whatever. Sophisticated stimming? Beatboxing? YouTube won't let me say anything vulgar. What is an appendage? Huh? What is an appendage? What are you trying to say? Also, by the way, Gold Knight, Nekona, are you participating in the upcoming Pokemon Showdown happening this weekend? It's okay if you just want to participate as a DJ or audience. We need good audience members and DJs to hype up that shit. A Showdown is double as good if we have audience more than participants. Participants. Wait, what? The fuck are you saying? An appendage is a thing that is added or attached to something larger or more important. Or, in biology, which I guess you meant, a projecting part of an invertebrate or other living organism with a distinct appearance or function. What? So you're talking about a girl's projecting part with a distinct appearance or function. Are we talking about cake, tits? Can you not say cake or tits? Are you talking about girl cock? What are we talking about? Cannot say the male member. See, that's... I understand that one. I don't understand why you cannot say it. I think that's outrageous, but I understand what you mean by that. Yes, the last one. You're talking about girl cock? Okay. How do we get from I fell asleep in physics to, oh, by the way, beatboxing is stimming for real? And just have a sandwich that contains some... yeah, I cannot talk about girl cock right now. There's no cock like girl cock. Always hidden underneath the rock, which is German for skirt. The queen, are you feeling yourself? I don't know what you mean thing. Oh. Gotcha. Understood. Me understood. Don't worry. What are we talking about? Do not ask me. I have no idea. I don't have the answers to those questions. I just don't.
There are many
Goldie! Have you ever tried listening to Tsunami music? Stuff like this, when you're playing Jump King, Babe of Ascension. If no, do it. I promise. All of a sudden, you make heavy progress. Or vibe so hard with the music that you don't pay attention to the game anymore, but I swear, it's good. It's good. I'm a silly little goober. And all of us. And all of us. I fell asleep at my phone, by the way, just now for a solid 30 seconds. Fun fact, the word Guna is used to so much nowadays my phone autocorrects Goober to Guna. By it's used so much nowadays, you mean you use it so much nowadays. Correct? Not now? That was stupid. That was really bad. That was really bad. Ha! That was really bad. That was really bad. But it's okay. It's okay. That's not that okay. It's not as okay as I thought. That's okay though. That's okay though. That's not that okay. That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, sorry if I fall asleep. I misread that completely. Yeah, don't worry about it. Oh, chapter 4, my beloved. Ah, chapter 4, my beloved. Such a good chapter. I slammed on that pussy. God, chapter 4. Let's not let the fear and despair set in. Let's just vibe with it. Let's just like disregard it. It's like any other chapter, just much, much worse. Okay, focus on emotion, come on. Not even close. I don't think I pressed it for that long, but fair. Yeah, I really don't think I'm pressing it for that long. Some of these jumps feel weird, but I'm not gonna blame the controller immediately. Not at that point yet. God, this chapter is so dog water. I don't feel like I'm pressing it that long on that jump, but I always do. Could have landed somewhere, you know? Could have landed somewhere. Didn't have to go down all the way. Oh, why is chapter 4 so good? Shout out to chapter 4. Shout out to the person that designed chapter 4. You really outdid yourself with that one. It's a good fucking chapter. Good chapter. I'm almost inclined to say I love it. La 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 la. Hoo, ha, hoo, hoo, ha, ha. There we go. Try to not fall down there anymore. That would be cool. la 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 la. At least that fall doesn't really matter. If I don't nail that, that matters way more. Oh God. Wanna beat something up again? Fair. Yeah, that jump, I don't get it. I don't press it for that long, I would argue. Zebra, zebra, zebra. Oh, zebra, zebra, zebra. Wow. Meow Pussy Chapter! Yay! My favorite! Ooh! My favorite! Love it! Love it! Chapter 4 is exhilarating. Exciting! Good chapter. Good chapter. Good design. Good game design. Oh, zebra, zebra, zebra. Wait, that's a thing? Wait. Okay, hard to set up for it, but... Speedrun strats found. Talking about speedrunning, when we played Ori and the Blind Forest's any % again, before my vacation, I really fucking enjoyed that, not gonna lie. It was cool, especially since you actually had gotten the glitch. All the glitches. Everything. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Looking back, what's kind of crazy about that run that I did is that I got all of the timed level ups and stuff. Not only all the techniques, all the glitches, but also all the time level ups and stuff, which is a completely fields-based thing to know how much experience you have and how much you still want to get. That's bad fall. Never mind. He had been gotten. I don't know what Sir Threeven was going to say anymore, I guess. Come on. I had gotten. I'm back now though. You had gotten while you texted your text. You didn't finish your text, but you got gotten. Somebody was like, hey, I need you. And you're like, okay, my sentence is not done yet, but I'm still gonna send it. Why is this game so good? Has been ungotten? Seemingly, yeah. Real about the game being so good? So Threeven being gotten mid-sentence and still pressing the enter. About 6-7, okay. God, what a good mechanic to jump against something to get up there. God, I hate this chapter so much. Just no variety, all is the same. And all is so unintuitive. Slam your head against the platform to go up. That was close, but we take him. That was close, but we take those. Stuck my nose straight up in your asshole. I looked for something that rhymed. My brain told me it might. Well, it turned out it didn't. You legit found jumps I never did in the fake tower part. Really? What jumps? What? I often think about how many setups are there actually that I'm not doing? Like more safe setups. How often am I just slamming myself up there? When in reality there's some easy peasy, cheesy, more consistent setup. That's what I question a lot. Because I never adapt my route, I just go. I just expect this is how you do it and I just go. Just always did them the hard way. Oh. Oh, so I'm doing it smart. Few of them neither of us know about. Fair. You only beat this one once, right? Or did you speedrun this one as well? Assuredly. I love the way you talk. Consider just jumping all the way to the top in one jump. Considered, yeah. Executed, no. Beat the main game once, all 3 maps. Oh wait, didn't you say you speedran? Wait. Didn't you show me your speedrun? Of Jump King 1? Wait, what? What Polish person showed me their speedrun if it wasn't you? Are you Polish? What? Haven't speedrun anything? Wait, who? Because nobody else in my community plays this game a lot, or played this game a lot, other than... I don't fucking even remember. One person. And we had the world record holder in our chat as well at some point. Han was here as well. But other than that, somebody showed me, like, told me their time and place on the leaderboards. I looked it up and I was like, wow, that's pretty good. It was like, as I said, a Polish person. I thought that was you. What? You're American, not Polish? Well, Polish? What the hell? Wait, was that a dream? Was that a dream I had? Tell me what you want, but Pauline, small little Pauline, would be amazing in a K-pop group. Fuck me. Someone that stopped in for exactly one stream. Would I have cared about that person? I don't know. I speedrun Creed's climbing maps. What is Creed's climbing maps? Sounds like one of those games like Lumion that 3 people know about. Exactly. Oh. But I love climbing games. I played safe climbing, I played the one boulder game, the more realistic one. Maybe we get to the other climbing games. Played a difficult game about climbing, hated that one. Like usually if I play a 40 game that's supposed to be either janky as fuck or just punishing as fuck, I usually just have a love-hate relationship to it. But when playing a difficult game about climbing, I actually just learned that you can also just fuck up a game that's supposed to be fucked up. So if you're really bad at programming something in an intuitive way, and your controls of your game turn out shit, just slap 40 and game on it. Just call it a rage game and you're good. Ooh, good save. Bamboozled that Pauline was shrunk to like a preteen size for seemingly no reason, to be honest. You know what the reason is? It's way more cute. And you wouldn't pay attention to her singing if it's smoking hot adult Pauline. You know what I mean? Maybe they just wanted to avoid gooning over the game. Because already it's gooning. Yeah, honestly, Donkey Kong has enough sex appeal already. Like, Donkey Kong packs a fucking cake. It's crazy. Donkey Kong's cake is fucking... It's goals. It's goals. It's desirable. So they had to chill a little bit with Pauline. Cannot overdo it, you know what I mean? Cannot overdo it. Else nobody's paying attention to the game anymore. That's so loud. Did I mention that I hate this chapter? And it's sucking every joy out of my life? The model has to fit DK's shoulder, yeah. Absolutely pay attention to the singing if it was regular Pauline. Case in point. One singular song she does in Odyssey. Fair. But while she's singing it, you don't watch her so much. She's not that much on the screen. Wait, she's not on the screen at all, right? I don't think she's on the screen at all when that song is playing. Because you call it in, you're talking about Jump Up Superstar, right? Or whatever the name was. Helping someone set Sudokus. Oh. You did? Yeah, I hate this shit. It's not fun to play this. And it doesn't feel good beating it. It's just whatever. This chapter is just actually dog water. I actually just hate my time spending in this. And not in the same time where it's like, oh no, this is so ragey, but it feels so good when you're done with it. No. Every time I'm done with it, I'm like, whatever. Yeah, the end of that stage. Why is new retro music so good? Wait, you consider Sanabi new retro music? I thought always of that one as super futuristic music. Are you talking about the song that's playing? Or the music that's mainly playing when I play Jump King? Sanabi. The best soundtrack ever made. You can argue with me about that statement. I'm just not gonna listen and care. It is the best soundtrack that's ever been made in a game. The song and also what you've played before, yes? Really? Okay, weird. But fair. Fair. Say that so, and it's absolutely a good upbeat vibe, but Mario Galaxy and Ultra Kill are right there, so the best I can do is a tie. Oh, a tie or a shared S tier on the tier list. That's fair. I don't care. I don't agree with it. I don't care. Like what you want to like, but I don't agree with it. Even games soundtracks I haven't heard are worse, 100%. Nothing comes even close. to Sanabi. Not even in the same ballpark. Not even close. I felt so good going into it an hour ago. I really did. But God, I despise this game so much. It's crazy. I actually hate it so much. Kinda wild. Kinda fucking wild as to how much I hate this game. It's always how it starts. No, it wasn't always like that at all. I had an entire week of me starting the game with already hating it, not getting shit done whatsoever, and then stopping again. Sounded like me with BPM? Really? Wait, you hate the game? Really? I mean, I hate the game as well. I don't. I love and hate it. With Jump King 3, I just hate it. Like, straight up, I just hate it. This entire map. Ask me about Jump King 1 and 2, my experiences. That was okay. I had emotions. I raged. I celebrated. I cried. I laughed. This one? I actually just hate it. Doesn't get better. It looks way better. It looks like tight platforming and not one gimmick after the other. One new muscle memory after the other. It looks way better. That's what I wanted from Jump King 3, was more punishing falls, more difficult jumps. What I got is one gimmick after the other. Oh no, now you're in the snow and water physics. Oh, for the next chapter it's normal again. Oh, for the next chapter it's normal and ice mix. Oh, for the next chapter it's bonking into walls to get up to platforms. Oh, for the next chapter it's normal again. Oh, for the next chapter it's partially waterfalls and partially not. Oh, for the next chapter it's quicksand. So you better learn all those chapters as if it's its own game, while also every chapter fucking up your muscle memory for the other chapters. Because it's essentially still the same game. This entire map is a gimmick compared to 1 and 2. It's absolutely based on making it difficulty because messing with muscle memory. So it's kind of like... Baby of Ascension, what I've seen, at least has hard platforming parts. Straight up just hard platforming parts. The gimmick you showed last time is just slow. That's just water, pretty much. Maybe its own kind of water, but still just water. What was the other one going... Was that in Babe of Ascension? You jump out of one side and come back into the other side? That's cool gimmicks. That's not... Your base gimmick of pressing 2 buttons always changes the outcome of the jump. That's what pisses me off about this map. It's not new mechanics, it's gimmicks. There's a big difference between new mechanics and gimmicks. Ice is a new mechanic. You know what I mean? Isolated, all these things are new mechanics. Overall, that the entire map is made up of that, and the base gimmick is your muscle memory gets fucked. That's the gimmicky part. I like that there's new mechanics. I don't like that every single one is based on that being the difficulty. The fact that your muscle memory gets fucked up. That's just like... Don't like that. And some personal hate for Chapter 4. Because never ever in my life did I play any platforming game where I have to jump into walls to make it up the platform. So that's just so unintuitive for me. Even after playing this fucking chapter, like I easily spent a third of my playtime of this map in this chapter. Easily. Didn't improve a single bit. You know why? Because it's still unintuitive to me. To this day, after about 10 hours of playing only this chapter, still my brain tells me, that's stupid. Why the fuck are you jumping into a wall, you idiot? When that's what I need to do. So it's kind of like, oh fuck me, you know what I mean? So, yeah, no, I hate this one. I despise this map. It's not the game I despise. It's the idea of arbitrarily making it harder because of the muscle memory fuckage. Turn this up to 11 with just precision. And I would take longer but not care that much about it. And have fun with it. And feel good once I do it. I would still feel good once I do the entire thing here. But me, I'm stuck for half an hour in this chapter, then I do it and I'm like... yeah, I guess. I gotta take a breather and also maybe jump off my balcony for a second. Where's that playlist? Take a break and do something fun like Beat Saber. Wait, Sudoku is not fun for you? I thought that's fun for you. 1.5 hours in, I'm always like, I greatly regret my decision. Yeah, that wasn't the case for me. But it is with this one. This one's dog shit. I hate it. Definitely gimmicky. Latest zone I got up to BOR, I greatly despise. It looks more precision based to me. And mechanic based. I don't think that the mechanic alone of going slower, jumping out of one side, coming into the other side, stuff like that, that's not the issue. That adds to the game. That's cool. It's the entire base of this concept. This entire map is conceptualized about the gimmick, around the gimmick. You lose your muscle memory for the next chapters. If you fall lower and you spend more again in lower chapters, you lose muscle memory even more. That's what I don't like. Keep knocking on the door to the next zone up and keeps denying me like, nope, you shall not pass. The look is fun, but I was thinking about BPM. Oh. So you should take a break from thinking about BPM? Stop and do something enjoyable. Fair. Stop thinking about the game. It's crazy that you share the pain so much with me when not even playing it that much. That should put into perspective how crazy BPM can be. Another thing that was different with the other maps, when I was done with Jump King 1 and 2, I was like actually looking forward. Like I immediately wanted to beat it faster. I was looking forward to replaying it. With this one, I don't want to play the game anymore. I don't. Don't get anything mistaken here. This is a chore. This is a task. This is a thing that I put as punishment on myself. I do not want to play this game anymore. Like this map. I don't. It is soul draining, emotion draining. I hate it. I hate everything about it. Every time I play this game, I feel like I'm just wasting away my time. But I'm a gamer. You feel me? Not some weirdo that creates a video after playing a game that and then makes a review about it being shit. Didn't even do that with Black Myth Wukong. I gave a review right after, but that's about it. Yeah, it feels like, actually, this map feels like Black Myth Wukong in a lot of ways. I've spent too much time, I'm too deep within, I want to finish it out. That's my only motivation, is to not play it anymore. That's it. There's literally no enjoyment left. Every time I swap over to speedrun 1 and 2, god damn it. I love my time. This is a trash. I had 3 runs with decently good potential. Crypt, almost max stats, Celestial Wave, then died in Swadalfheim. Because I couldn't see the fly. Yeah, it's... Yeah, BPM is crazy. I hear that often, that when people start it, but more often than not when somebody tells me about it, they started the game. I hear it so often that they stop the game early because the beginning is already hard. And it's like, yeah, BPM is already insane, just the beginning. It has no goddamn right to even call the easier difficulties. They are easier than the last difficulty, you're correct about that. Other than that, it is still crazy hard. Can confirm, don't think I had a second session of playing BPM, yeah. But as much as I hated BPM, grinding for the hardest difficulty, hardest character, overall I love the game a lot. It's still a cool game. It has some glaring problems. But I don't think that any game ever tingled my... Yo, this shit is just fucking hard. Tangles that much. It's just hard. There's no sugarcoating there. There's no pro player picking up this thing and annihilating it. It's just its own beast. It's not about enjoyment. That's why I never understand why you are playing it. That's why I never understand that, Goldie. I literally don't get why you play the game. I would never play this if it wasn't for A, punishment, and B, content. That's it. Never ever would I touch a game like this just because I feel like it. Definitely something wrong with me? Why? Have you considered there's just something different with you? And not wrong. There's tier 3 out of 13 tiers according to the community. This difficulty? Yeah. Yeah, I disagree with that. Confidently. And keep in mind the community is a handful of players. When I'm already placed in the top 1%, then the community that ranks maps up to this difficulty or higher is a fraction of the player base. And I heavily, wholeheartedly disagree that this is somehow the same up in difficulty, raise in difficulty, than 1 to 2. 1 being tier 1, 2 being tier 2, and then 3 being tier 3 makes so no sense to me at all. Like, at all. There should be at least 2 tiers of no games in between, no maps in between. You should replay BPM. It was neat. But outside I shouldn't, because then I'm gonna want to get all the achievements. And no, I will not be doing the no-hit characters. Why not? That's the essence of the game, for fuck's sakes. Perfection. For the same reason I kept playing Oz, I wanted to be a top gamer. I don't think that's a good reason, because you can be a top gamer in millions of games. Why this one? Why a Fodian game? Also, Oz has a lot of applications and a lot of variety. Even just going from one tier to the next, gives you like thousands of maps, of songs to vibe to explore, different skill sets, different variety. This is 3 buttons. It doesn't translate to anything. Oz does translate. You get better at rhythm. You can actually translate that into music. You get better at just mechanically pushing the limits of your body. This one, no you don't. So it's kind of like, I get the top gamer thing, I don't get why this one. Normal people probably don't need one more bad thing to happen before they explode. By explode I mean crumble into a puddle of tears. Yes, that's very normal, don't worry about it. Small niche group of insane people, yes. Yo, welcome back, ambitious slacker. How's life been? How's life been in the meantime? It's been a while, it's been a hot minute. You can't explain, fair. Most likely, even if you explain, I don't think I would be able to understand anyways. Why not try to get good at a speedrun, for example? Of a game that's more fun. Why not be able, why not play or try to get good at a game that's always changing? Like a platform fighter. Pick up Smash. It's a lot more fun. Has a lot more depth. Translates better to other games. Or something that's always changing. Like Overwatch. Always new content. And not just, oh, here's a new map with different jumps. Glad you're enjoying the content though. Fuck yeah. What? That's the same person that came in last time to just say that and immediately leave. So don't, like, don't question them. They are most likely gone already. Hopefully you get more positive things soon, yeah. Just use hand sanitizer as toothpaste. How? Like, explain the process. Explain how. I'm so curious. How do you mix that up? Like, huh? How is that possible? Well, got up there a little bit. They look the same. You know, trolls and rage baiters nowadays talking about ambitious got really lazy. They got really lazy. They have no energy anymore. They don't get the reaction they want in second one, they are gone already. You know what I mean? You know this song? It's by Suicide Sheep. Ooh. Good song. It's on your Spotify, okay. Yeah, Mr. Suicide Sheep. Really dumb, I don't read stuff. There's a weird transition in the song. Gonna go to bed for real? Made another fuck up? What's the fuck up? What's the fuck up? Night Soy? It was very quick and cold. All the love to you. Take care. Have a wonderful night. Hope it goes better for you soon. But it really is a mindset thing on your end and you need to improve. It's not easy, but you need to improve. A lot of your fuck-ups and bad mood is really based on you just always seeing the negative way more than the positive. Fill up the stairs. Okay, one tip. A phone. From this to this when going upstairs. Easy as that. In the future, buy tubes for toothpaste, because sanitizer doesn't come in tubes anyways. When you order pizza, check all the boxes. Laser pointer's just out of your reach. See? There's a quick 4 easy ways to improve. To not have those things happen. Hate it when that happens. Falling upstairs. I still think it's a mindset thing, more than anything else. I hurt myself a lot, I just don't care about it at this point anymore. Because I hurt myself so much. You know? Just today I hurt myself. But crazy how correct I was about that person, about ambitious slacker. Crazy how accurate and correct I was about it. Yeah, of course they don't have any stamina with that shit talk. They don't get the reaction they want, they're out of here. Most likely hopping over to somebody else. Trying to get a reaction there. Not the biggest deal taking a bump here and there, but it's still kind of annoying. You say it as if that's an objective thing. I argue that, for me for example, it's not. Because of mindset. If anything, I sometimes laugh about it. I'm like, really? Really? You see that a lot in my playing as well. I set up for an easy jump. I say, okay, let's do this shit. Then I fail. What's my reaction 99% of the time? Do I A, feel bad about it? Or B, do I sit there, laugh about it and have a good time? I'm gonna get new water. But I think we're gonna swap games. Because I honestly enjoy nothing right now about this game. No reaction? No, I have a lot of reaction today. And also, even if it's annoying, in Changbin's case, it's 100% mindset. To immediately feel like you're an idiot. You know what I mean? That's a mindset thing. The best for Changbin and some people out there would be No matter if something's stupid or not. Yeah, let me explain it this way. No matter if something is stupid or not that you're doing or anybody's doing, just view it as, or just like be more clear about one thing. People telling you it's stupid doesn't change shit. You do something stupid, somebody tells you it's stupid, it doesn't change shit. If you're already aware that it was clumsy, stupid, unnecessary, whatever, it doesn't change shit. Makes it worse and it doesn't change shit. So if it doesn't change shit, why even care? Why not straight up disregard it as pointless commentary, which it is? If you get to that mindset of realizing when something is obsolete to even be spoken, then it's easy to just disregard it and not let that be the defining factor for you in the future, saying, I'm an idiot. I always mess up. Yeah, if you always mess up, you think it's gonna change because you call yourself an idiot now? That's not gonna change anything. You're gonna feel worse about it, and then you mess up more. So, disregard others when it's obsolete like that. Disregard yourself. It doesn't matter. When you're always fucking up anyways, why even talk about it anymore? Do it, fuck up, move on with your life. Owie, well, I'm already physically better. Still don't want that to happen though, for me. That's fair. That's more of a rational approach, not an emotional approach. Seems like a mindset? It is. It is. How do you think that extreme sports people can hurt themselves and walk it off like it's doesn't matter? I broke so many bones in my life. Even if I now just shatter something, shatter a bone slightly, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. Been through worse, still survived it. Holla at y'all. With the DLC maps, I beat it when I was completely out of it and entirely numb to falls. Yeah, it's not the same for me. I need to be attached to the game. The more I rage and cry and celebrate, the better I do. I heard that argument a lot, that nerfs get in the way, so it's better to be chill. For me, it's the opposite. By far. I'm way more attached when I do that. I'm way more focused when that is the case. And you saw that right here. I was numb, didn't get shit done whatsoever. Feel me? So for me, it's kind of like, oh, not the case. Not the case. Nerfs make it better. I'm like a person that works better under pressure. You know, heart rate goes up, that makes me more focused. Pumps more oxygen through my brain. Me celebrating and crying and raging makes me want that shit. Sitting there like this? No. Falling, climbing a little, falling a little, climbing a little, falling a little. Whew, it's a mindless, numbing circle of nothingness. You know? God, I hate this game. Oh yeah, I still have to give you back your points, Goldie. Almost forgot about it, not gonna lie. Still gotta give you back those points. It's okay, no, it's easy. It's not like that's effort, don't worry.
Not like that is effort.
There you go, there's your point. Tame, yo, tame. Don't show the cooch. Good push. What the fuck? That was dope. This was an odd one. By the way, I had a conversation with my girl boss today. She was like, how do you spend your nights? Why are you awake at night? And I was like, gaming. I'm a gamer. Oh, what a bad fault. I'm a gamer. And that was actually not that bad of a fault. And she's like, yeah, what games are you playing and stuff? And I'm like, yeah, games that I don't enjoy it. I don't play games for enjoyment. And she told me that she was super big when she was like a child. She was super big into Gothic, Ryzen, Skyrim, stuff like that. God, she's so cool. Isn't that dope? And by the way, she's also hot as fuck. I said that before, but she's like one of those offensively hot people that looks so good that it should be a crime. But she's also my boss, and I'm professional. You know? Professional as shit. Queen, how we doing? My feet hurt! I'm sorry. Do you need a break? No, it's all good. We can rest when we're done. It's my fucking girl. It's my fucking girl. Fuck yeah. You're also dope as shit. You're also cool. But am I hot? No, not to me. Sure, somebody thinks you're hot. Let's not make this weird, okay? I guess most of y'all don't even know what Gothic and Ryzen is. Now that I spoke it, I was like, do y'all even know what that is? That's a bad thought. Who knows what Gothic is? How was all the screen transitions were on beat with the music? That was kind of scary. What was that about? The fuck was that about? I was about to say I'm close to overshooting every single jump there. And then I did overshoot the jump. Bonk. Why do we not have a bonk mod for this one? I legit would enjoy my time so much more if there was a bonk mod. Would go Huxed. Yeah, I would go Huxed. What the fuck? That was a fool jump. Why would I do that? They just call me a man? I think so. I think they did. I thought you're gonna be outraged about the little part, not the man part. Fuck was that? The fuck was dead. The fuck was dead, but who killed it? What the fuck? The fuck was that? The fuck was that? I'm making weird mistakes. Weird ones. Just weird mistakes all across the floor. The board. The floor. Did my fucking smartphone go off? What the fuck? Somebody texted me? Weird champ. So we got a video to finish. A video we started yesterday. We gotta finish that. Time for video indeed.
Is removing all lose. And to touch on another topic that I'm sure many of you were expecting me to cover in detail in this video, yes, part of infantilization is removing all edge from older cartoon style characters. Blue.
So, yesterday, we started watching a video by Synthetic Man. Initially, I wanted to watch that video because I was like, okay, Donkey Kong Bonanza looks kind of fucking dope, looks fun, looks cool. But somebody posted a video, as I said, this person, Synthetic Man, posted a video about Donkey Kong Bonanza's proof that idiocracy is real. And I was like, okay, why would I watch just positive people that agree with, or not agree, but say everything's good about the game? I wanna hear some what is bad about the game, you know? So we started watching this. Just to make a long session from yesterday, just to cut it short, this video got me really passionate and I dissected it a lot. The person overall hates the game, pretty much everything about the game, and brought up some subjective takes that tell you more about him as a player and person rather than the game itself, but then try to give those subjective takes and opinions some objective sounding reasoning, which most is easily refutable, and with a little bit of research you can absolutely prove that he's talking out of his ass. He said stuff like pretty much all games nowadays have tutorials that take longer than an hour. That's two objectively wrong statements in one statement. No, most games do not have a tutorial. A lot of them have the tutorial already being the game, like Mario Odyssey, like Donkey Kong Bonanza, like Breath of the Wild, like Celeste, where it's not a tutorial. It is a tutorial, but it's not. You're already playing the game. You're already engaging with the same mechanics in the world you're playing. And maybe the second take is not objectively wrong, because maybe he takes an hour for all these tutorials, but usually the average tutorial that I played of games do not take an hour at all. Most of them might be closer to 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if you're really taking your time with it and maybe experimenting a little bit, which is fair. And then he said stuff like games are too handheldy nowadays. In general, he's generalizing everything, which is crazy. And gave examples like the phenomenon of the recently popping up mechanic of using a yellow color, yellow paint for stuff that you can interact with, or stuff that leads you on the right path of finishing the game, of where to go, of how to progress, which is also objectively wrong in two ways. No, most games don't have that, and it's not a recent thing. That thing has been happening since 15-20 years. So there's a lot of weird things going on. And overall, his critique up to this point, he's using Donkey Kong Bonanza more, as much as I understand it, he's using it more as this triggered me to put out a video about gaming as a whole and trends of gaming nowadays. They becoming more easy, which I would disagree. As a generalized statement, that's not true. They become more handheldy, which fair. Some call it intuitive, some call it, hey, there's so many mechanics to interact, engage with, that maybe it's good to have a sign in fucking Donkey Kong Bonanza that tells you, oh, press A button to jump, press double A button to do this and that and whatever. Then he complained about the game being too easy, then showed his skills, his skill tree, where he was putting a lot of points, skill points, into more HP. So I argued that, yeah, maybe the game is more accessible, but not more easy. It gives you more room compared to a lot of old games that were more strict It gives you more room, same for Odyssey, to play no matter your skill level. Make up your own challenges. Do not upgrade the stuff that's clearly a handicap, a help for a handicap. Then he said something about collectibles, especially in Odyssey and Bonanza, are losing weight and value because there's too many. And I presented the counter argument that maybe you shouldn't view all of these as the same thing. Maybe you shouldn't go into it and argue or try to argue or view collectibles in a way where it's like a star in Super Mario is exactly the same as a moon in Odyssey, as a banana in this game, as a berry in Celeste, when all of them have different applications. One is thematically fuel, the moons. So it makes sense to get a lot of them, because you use that fuel to power up your ship and go further. Yeah, technically it's the same as stars opening a door, but thematically it's not. Maybe Bananium, the bananas, and Donkey Kong Bonanza should be viewed less as a collectible and more as an experience point. Because what do? They unlock skill points. And at that point, isn't an experience point also just a collectible? Doesn't that mean that games like Diablo 4 has millions of collectibles? If it's all the same anyways. So I think he's really having so far in this review, we learned more about him than the game. And that is that he seems really one-dimensional in his viewpoints, like in his view on certain things. And he seems really having a big nostalgia bias. And it seems like he thinks that once something is done well, we have to copy paste it through all games. We've already done collectibles well. Why would you change that? I also argued that some collectibles are there to, like moons, like bananas in this game, are there to explore, to be encouraged to explore more of the game. So all of them have different applications. A lot of them have different applications. He seems to argue that it's better if we just keep it all the same because we figured it out back in the day. Back in the day, everything was so much better. We figured it out already, so what do you mean? You know what I mean? So, and also, and I said that at the beginning, there's a lot of generalization going on. Saying stuff like, I'm sure everybody agrees with me on this one. And it's like, if you know anything about life and humans and society, anything at this point in your 30s or whatever, then you should be smart enough to know that, no, there's always at least someone that disagrees with you. So all of that was about difficulty and these points that I just said. I'm gonna let you watch like a minute to get back into it. But now we're in the next chapter of The Loss of Edge. And we ended last session on that chapter at the beginning, where he talks about specifically Donkey Kong losing edge. And I was like, yeah, but is that a bad thing? I personally think that it's way more cringe to be stuck in this edgy teenager phase as a 30-year-old. If anything, if you grow up, you learn more and more to value all phases in your life and be able to connect and be able to empathize. To say that as a teenager and with that mindset like a teenager, then obviously you're gonna look back at your child days and gonna be like, oh my god, I was so cringe and stupid and whatever and embarrassed about what I did. And as soon as you're growing up, maybe it helps to be a parent as well and have children, you realize more and more that that's the way of life. That's not embarrassing, that's not cringe, that's just what it is. And I, for one, I think that cute, goofy Donkey Kong, which we have in this game, is way better than edgy Donkey Kong. Especially the argument that or the example that he's bringing up, which is the DK rep in DK64. Which in my opinion is so much more childish and so much more pseudo-edgy that it's almost funny to bring up how now it's more childish. But yeah. I think that was like an hour or two of just looking at what other moves seem like they'd work well on Berserk's current team and yapping about what other options there are for just those specific 6. Why did I think it was going to be quick? Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning immediately that people should keep in mind that you are not obligated to do it, and you should keep in mind that you are not obligated to do it as well. Do not remember, was there anything in the video that the guy said that he didn't contradict pretty much in the same breath? No, I think pretty much everything that he said was contradicted. There was certain statements that I agreed with, and then he disagreed with it in a weird way. At least to an extent. It seems like this one-dimensional way of looking at stuff makes it really hard for him to realize that you kind of already implied something that now you contradict a second after. Like, he builds up the entire time that Donkey Kong Bonanza is too much catered to children and infants. And then after all that rant, he stops at saying, actually games are not designed for children nowadays. They are designed for man-children. And it's like, what? But wasn't the entire premise of this that it's more catering to children now? Like, what do you mean? So yeah, interesting guy. I want to say it straight up. I absolutely do not vibe with the guy whatsoever. It is hard for me, even when I look for arguments for him, it's hard for me to find any. And we reviewed his channel a little bit to find out why he is the way he is. And that's his thing. Negativity is his thing. Playing games that he doesn't like is his thing. I mean, he calls his community the Roasty Brigade, I guess. No, the synth cells against the Roasty Brigade. The triggered females, I guess. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. That's all males and all females over here. His smile and optimism gone. That is true. He seems very... Seems, okay, important. Seems very... I'm gonna say it in his words, because he's so easily throwing them around, so I'm gonna say that as well. Bankrupt of any joy. But I mean, who would guess if you spend your life with this? That's the most popular videos. Disgusting woke propaganda. Creatively bankrupt. Not a masterpiece. Colossal waste of time. Best and worst games, that's neutral. Not a masterpiece. You deserve what you tolerate. Latest Last of Us, shamelessly disgusting. Glorified humiliation ritual. Gaming is dying and you are killing it. Netflix Resident Evil is awful. Creatively bankrupt. The Last Great. I mean, that's whatever. That could be neutral. Was it actually bad? Could be neutral. Colossal waste of time. Lies, mediocrity, and endless disappointment. Continues to spread propaganda. Shockingly bad. And we were at a point where we were actually trying to figure out if he's just trolling and rage baiting, because it's so much just weird, all over the place arguments or trying to fish for some. Then at some point I was sitting there and I'm like, nah, I can't believe that. You gotta be trolling. You can't be that fucking depth with what you're doing. And if that's the case, although I did not get emotional whatsoever and just passionate about stuff, if anything, when I attacked, there was a meme and I said beforehand, you know what, I'm just gonna say this now. Because he using that language as well, so let's just do it. Even then was tame as fuck. But if it's just rage bait in terms of maybe not rage bait, but actually like me wasting hours, or people like me wasting hours sitting there and debating about it, then I got gotten 100%. Because we took 2 hours, 3 hours for these 15 minutes. I say we, but me. Games existed before, so clearly anything that does the same mechanic but new, either improved or remixed, is both is creatively bankrupt and dumb and bad. Yeah, he said shit like Mario Odyssey has no new mechanics and is just not good. And then says Sunshine is good. A wonky game that has less mechanics, arguably way less mechanics, versus a game that introduced one of the most genius ways to add to 3D platformers with just one thing, which is Cappy. You use it to attack, you use it to jump off of it, you use it to capture stuff and then get a whole lot of new mechanics. You use it for some crazy glitches and stuff like CRCs, like Cappy return cancels and stuff, which is good for speedrunning. It's good for just expressing yourself. While he likes when it's simple and stupid. When it's dumbed down, that's better. And games are automatically bad if they are accessible to allow you to enjoy the game if you're bad at games, but also enjoy the game if you're just creative with making it your own challenge. You know? By criticizing skill points. And then lying about it by saying Bonanza skill points don't actually give you 2 new mechanics. When in the video he's showing, in the clip he's showing, 3 or 4 of them give you new mechanics. The others allow it for that one playstyle to be enhanced, so you can choose how you play your game. He wants to have the games tailored to him, else they're bad. He keeps criticizing stuff that he has no business engaging with. All the stuff he's criticizing is stuff you do not have to engage with. You can ignore it. If it pisses you off that much, ignore them. And he's never criticizing that it's implemented, or almost never criticizing that it's implemented in a bad way. He's criticizing that it's there when he doesn't have to use them. You know? But yeah, let's keep watching. Wasn't it some shit like Mario Odyssey has no new mechanics? The most interesting part was the new mechanic of Cappy, but the new mechanic of Cappy capturing enemies is boring and stupid. Yeah, and creatively bankrupt. And keep in mind, this is the view. Like, this is how he looks most of the time playing his games. Because he only posts the games that he doesn't like. And he's seemingly only playing those games and reviewing those games. Imagine this is your life. This has to be so exhausting and sad. To force yourself to play what you consider bad games and then rant about it for 20 to 30 to 50 minutes. And then you go to the next thing you don't like. Like, there is no harm in just, I mean, clearly he wants to get views, obviously. He's farming it for views, obviously. Has to be the main and only motivation behind it. Because he doesn't add anything to any conversation at all. I'm okay with subjective reviews. If you either A, add anything to the conversation, which he doesn't. Or B, at least say, this is how I feel about it. Here's my reasons why I feel about it the way I do. And not, this is how I feel about it. Here's some objective truths why my opinion is correct. Oh, I'm not a person that easily says I hate somebody, and I'm not hating him. I'm sure he has good qualities, for sure. But I so not vibe with this person, it's crazy. Without interacting with them. Just watching a singular video for 10 minutes, and I'm like, oof. Oof, you gotta be really, really, really exhausting to be around.
And to touch on another topic that I'm sure many of you were expecting me to cover in detail in this video, yes, part of infantilization is removing all
And he's showing this DK rap intro as the example, not like me pulling it out of my ass. He's showing that as being less childish, more edgy. What the fuck are you on about? You punched the fucking living shit out of people in the new game. You can punch the fucking new NPCs, the friendly NPCs, down to only eyes being remaining of their body. You can destroy the homes of the good ones in the new game. But this rap was edgy. Oh no, he's holding a gun made out of wood that shoots what, banana? Oh god, because I didn't like the newest mainline game of that series I grew up with. All games ever are now down the drain and dumb and stupid. Yeah. And he only engages with main games. He only engages with like AAA title or Nintendo title. Again, AAA title. Where it's like, if you hate AAA gaming so much, why are you doing it? The Actman is perfectly covering everything we need to know in a more, I would argue, what I've seen so far, absolutely okay to good way. Because even if he has an opinion that I don't agree with, he at least makes it clear it's his opinion. Which this person doesn't. And it's clearly, Actman is clearly his inspiration. He seems like a mixture of WestChat and Actman. Maybe throw a little Asmongold in there. So, yeah. But whatever. Just play more and more niche retro games if you like the older stuff more. Yeah, 100%. Like, there's so many good games. Just because there's so many more games and it's oversaturated, and easier games nowadays are easier than the average easy game back in the day. But also the average hard game nowadays is harder than the average hard game back in the day. The polished nature of games nowadays is 100 times better than the wonky shit we had back in the day. Due to inexperience, due to bad practices taking over from arcade games, due to also just wanting to sell games, EA, due to us being unexperienced and dog shit, the developers being unexperienced and dog shit, and like so many more reasons. Like, I think it's outrageous for somebody to say that Mario Odyssey does platforming worse than Sunshine. You can absolutely say, in my opinion, the stages, the world building was better. Fair if you feel like that. If you enjoyed it more, fair. If you have a hard time to make 3 jumps into 2 to have it more challenging, but you need that to already be 2 jumps and therefore challenging, then again, that's a you thing. It's not a game thing. Be glad that your favorite game franchise is still alive because it decided to be more accessible for everybody. And I saw a little bit of a speedrun today in Donkey Kong Bonanza, and the dude should watch that and then tell me again about bad mechanics, bad movements, and it being not challenging enough when it comes to platforming. What that game allows people to do in a speedrun is so much more and so much better than Mario 64, than Mario Odyssey, Sunshine. So yeah. But now, different topics. Maybe not. It might be the same topics and it's just falling back to the same arguments all the time. I don't know. Let's see about it.
From older.
Pretty funny if you could use wooden sticks in the shape of guns and have one of them be a rocket launcher. I don't feel like Monkey not having funny stick that launches projectiles being removed is removing edgy whatnot though. Yeah.
Cartoon style
fair.
Characters. I don't have to name 1,000 examples.
Also, he still kinda does that, but it's animal featured more now. Themed more now. Where it's like you have the bonanza forms. Guess what? You use your snout as an elephant to suck up boulders and explosive material and then shoot it like a gun into the enemy. Your normal form punches the ever-living shit out of everything you come across. So to make the argument the gun seems a little whack in comparison. You know?
But I think pretty much everyone has noticed that the subtle differences between the 90s rare DK versus the modern.
Also, he has way better ass nowadays. I like the new Goofy Goober more. I like the Goofy Goober with the cute ass cheeks more than the 64 version of him. I mean, the most I like Donkey Kong Country version of him.
Seth Rogen, harmless, big buffoon DK, and I don't think anybody likes this change. It's obvious that there.
I don't think anybody likes this change. Yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody. Shows the depth of your intelligence and experience in life that you think that nobody likes this change. There's absolutely not a single human being out there. You know? And if you like it, you're not a human being anymore.
There is a concerted effort to remove any and all rough edges from the old attitude.
No, there's not an effort. They want to cater to more people.
Era of cartoon mascots. I mean, if you take a game like Gex 3, which is clearly supposed to be for all ages, the entire plot of that game is Gex trying to rescue a kidnapped Playboy bunny model, and after every single level, there's a cutscene where he basically says he wants to fuck her. I'm not even joking, dude.
My big, strong Gexy has done it again. Love those bulging biceps.
Interesting that you look at a game like this and say it's clearly catered to all ages, and then you look at a game like Donkey Kong Bonanza and say that's clearly catered to children and man-children. How does that logic work? And that's the base of his content so far, is he says one thing, then says another thing, and if you just are able to imply a little bit or read into between the words and see what these things actually imply, then all of a sudden it falls apart. Because having this in a game and then saying clearly it's made for all ages is fair for me if you don't then on the flip side go, oh, they removed the gun, this is clearly made for children. A wooden gun. A wooden bazooka stump. You know what I mean? Fair to just say, this is my opinion. But then don't change it on the other way around. Don't treat one thing in that one scope and the other thing completely different. Try to be consistent with your approach to things. There's a girl that you want to rescue to fuck that got kidnapped and shows their boobs every time you finish a level. Yeah, that's clearly the game overall. It's clearly made for all ages. Fair, dude, but then don't go the other way around. Easy as that. You're contradicting yourself in the way you review stuff. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. Don't tell me there's no bias. And it's interesting because if you spin all of that back, clearly he has bias in almost everything he said so far, while calling out bias of developer and publisher catering to everybody or children or whatever. So either have bias and accept and be able to relate to others having bias as well, and just move on from these games and do stuff that you enjoy, or don't have bias. Like, that's first grader shit. How do you miss that? And ironically, a Gen 1 Pokemon engine, the only reason to go back to to mess around with glitches and maybe speedrun if you want to do that for some reason. Nostalgia bias makes me want to say the Gen 2 Gold Silver Crystal engine is fine, since it's good old graphics while also being infinitely more polished, but 100% Pokemon as an engine was barely anything until Gen 5, or at the very least Gen 3. I played 2 of them. Gen 3 I liked the most, because I played Fire Red, and Gen 3 Emerald. But now that I played Mariamon, I kind of dig Mariamon more. For sure.
These biceps are just the beginning, my fair maiden. Speaking of bulging. Did I just say that out loud?
Yep, I'm afraid you did.
Penis.
Bad boy.
That's probably...
So that game is clearly catered to everybody. But how dare you? How dare you remove a wooden stump that chews bananas? The brain is not working. The brain stuck to that one image. When he was doing this video, editing this part of the video, he looked up the gags cutscene, and then he recorded everything, and the brain was still doing awooga, awooga. I've only played Gen 3 engine, modern Gen 9 engine for Mario. Yeah. I think Gen 3 is the best. I'm just kidding.
the most extreme example, but you know, you could name a bunch of other...
That's not the most extreme example. There was Conker's Bad Fur Day, for example. There was already stuff like... I mean, I guess that doesn't really fit this vibe of Nintendo games, but stuff that is still on a Nintendo, like GoldenEye. Oh no, you shoot people in that game? Wait, back in the day you could shoot people in the game? Wait, are you for real? Are you for real? Like, are you for real right now? Ooh, nostalgia bias. It's my favorite. Awooga! Yeah. I don't know. Like, yes, I think at least one person yesterday when we watched this video said that he's an idiot. I don't like to just label somebody an idiot because they are misinformed or biased or whatever in one topic. He might be really smart in something. He's for sure in something way more cultured, way smarter, way more educated than me. But so far, watching this video, it is so hard for me not to say at least what you're spitting here is dog shit stupid. And you don't realize it. Like, that's crazy to me. So yeah, as you can tell, and that was the theme of yesterday as well, I'm very passionate about this topic. And I think the video overall is very interesting to review and give my 2 cents to and talk about it. Make it a nuanced, bigger conversation with research done, etc. Rather than just slamming my opinion at your face and saying that's just how it is. But I'm not... Like, it's not emotional. That's the thing, you know? We are not these woke, triggered people, as he loves to make it out in his content, you know? It's just not what's happening. The woke shit show is not happening. It's just a bad video with a lot of faulty takes and generalizations on subjective takes. But you know what I realized just now? He has the exact same Snorlax plush. I don't have it here, but he has the exact same Snorlax plush. Like, that is exactly the same. Looks the same height, looks like the same material, it might not be, but I think that's the exact same one.
Characters like Sonic.
And you know what I also think is kind of sad? All these games portrayed in the back, making him seem like a real retro gamer, right? When in reality most of his time is spent, and I can show you the time gaps between the videos, 4 days, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 month. Most of the time is spent playing bad games that he considers bad games, and then make a review, a rant video about it. these retro games barely get any use. You know, he is playing some, obviously, but the majority is him playing through 50 hours of a new game to 100 hours of a new game, so he has a lot of points to bring up that he didn't like, pushing himself through an experience that from the get-go he doesn't like, and seemingly doesn't give it a chance anyways. Health items were introduced, abilities weren't a thing in that game, and Gen 1 didn't even have Dark or Steel, and the special stat was a 1 number instead of 2. To be honest, I find it interesting to look at the progression of Pokemon as an engine every once in a while, but I don't think that's saying much considering I'm the guy with the Pokemon username. Yeah. Kinda want a Snorlax beanbag chair, not gonna lie. Yeah, that looks cool. I've sat in one before.
Or Crash Bandicoot. If we move into the 2000s, I think Jack from Jak and Daxter is a really good example, starting with the second game. And a character like Vex absolutely could not even be made today because of how ridiculous it is that it was basically just edgy Super Mario 64. And speaking of Mario, I would even argue Mario.
Why can that not be made anymore? He said, I think. That's fair. It would be cool for him to elaborate a little bit, because I think you can absolutely make that. Will it be a commercial success that everybody plays? Most likely not. Or the opposite. Maybe people crave it so much nowadays. You know? I don't think he's alone in this opinion of, in general, more edgy games would be cool. Yeah, I don't think you're alone with that whatsoever. I mean, you're presenting every single point in a way where it's hard to even agree with you, and there's so much fallacy in it and so much objective wrong sayings and lies, but or misinformed stuff that's being spewed. But overall, yeah, maybe there's a lot of people. People would have argued before Undertale came out if somebody presented a game like, oh, by the way, I made a game in Paint. It's a story-based RPG. With bullet time events, not bullet time, with bullet dodge, bullet hell elements. A lot of people would have said, okay, yeah, that wouldn't work. That could never be a commercial success. Nah, you can do that. That's a niche. Some people are gonna love it, but it's not gonna be big. Bam, changes the landscape in one sweep motion. As a single developer is something that, according to this person, wouldn't work. So fair if you say that, if you think. This time he didn't generalize it. He didn't just say or objectify it. He didn't just say objectify, whatever, make an objective statement of it wouldn't work anymore. He said, I think. I'm not gonna go crazy on him for that. I think that is fair to say. But it would be nice to elaborate, because due to my knowledge, and that's why I asked for some elaboration, because you could educate somebody if you have something to say. And not just another thing where, oh, here's something that tells you something about me and not really the games I'm talking about, or the industry. Because just saying that out there, I don't find a way to agree a lot. I don't agree personally. I think it can absolutely work. Either as a niche. Why does everything has to be a commercial success would be my first statement. Why not just make a game? Sanabi, an insanely good game, not a commercial success, for example. And there's plenty of those games. And B statement, why do you think it doesn't work? I think it would work. It could work really well.
At least the tiniest bit of seriousness to his character in the past, and now he's just full-blown soy boy. I mean, he literally says wowie zowie. But this video is mainly about gameplay, not aesthetics. That's probably worth its own video. But yes, obviously I noticed it. No, I'm not a fan. Moving on. Alright, let's get back to DK Bonanza for a little while. As I've touched on, the collectibles feel basically meaningless, and there's a hell of a lot of them, which is going to remind some of you of Donkey Kong 64, arguably the worst 3D platform that Rare ever made back in the day, and I would say probably the worst collectathon to 100% I've ever personally done in my life. Now, as I said before, the collectibles in this game don't feel nearly as necessary to actually pick up, because bananas are...
Personally, hell yeah. Personally, fair. Fair. Yeah. If you didn't enjoy Donkey Kong 64, that's personally absolutely fair. I hated Black Myth Wukong. Hated it. Personally. I personally fucking hate that game. Fair statement. Wowie zowie! Oh no, Joy and Whimsy guy said Joy and Whimsy phrase really is doomed. Reality is doomed. Yeah, if anything, it's, and I think that he is at least alluding to it a lot and saying it partially. If anything, they just go with the flow. And that's why I said yesterday it would be interesting for this guy. How will he treat content creation once the usual swap of left versus right wing is happening again? Because that's always gonna happen. It's always in America, and therefore big portion of the world, it's always gonna happen that way. We go from woke culture to Nazi culture. We go from liberty, liberty, I guess liberty, in expression to conservatism. And that's always gonna happen. It happened a bunch in our lifetime already. So at some point, it's gonna swap over again. People like him and Asmongold that clearly ride a wave for views, would be interesting to see how he's treating it. Because right now his videos are doing the exact same thing that these games are doing. They apply to the culture. They change with the culture of the masses. And guess what? For AAA games, that makes sense. So maybe don't play AAA games anymore. Just saying. You know, if I don't like pop music, why would I listen to it the entire time? That's why I said he's kind of like the Fantano. He seems to be the Fantano of video gaming. But back to the collectathons.
Personally done in my life. Now,
I
as
mean,
I said,
I spoke my piece on the collectathons. I think he has a hard time to realize that you could view them as different things. And they don't have to always work the same way. You could just view them as different things. Easy as that. These collectibles are for skill points. You don't have to get them. They are for exploration. You don't have to get them. Let them sit. Go on, let them sit. Take the few that are necessary to progress the game.
for the collectibles in this game don't feel nearly as necessary to actually pick up.
Then don't pick it up. Or don't even think that that makes the game worse, that there is something that you could pick up but don't have to. How do you view coins? That would be interesting how this person views coins in Mario games back in the day. How do you view coins? Do you pick up every single one? Are you gonna tell me that they all feel as if they have a lot of weight and value when they are literally used for only getting more lives? Which, by the way, makes the game easier. Isn't that done here as well, but in a more creative and engaging way? Of you deciding how to make the game easier? Or just collecting them and saying, I love collecting things, I don't want to make the game easier, so I'm not going to use them. That's a you problem, not a game problem. That's a you problem. That's pretty much what it is. Collect the bosses. There you go. Fixed your problem for you. You're welcome. Wowie zowie. Wowie zowie. I mean, it's 6:30. You know what? We're gonna focus on the video. No Pokemon.
Because bananas are basically completely optional if you're good enough. Not that this game is that challenging to begin with. So you can just gun your way to the next story objective, and the game gives you free bananas as you go anyway. The banana coins are just used to purchase more bananas, and the fossils are...
No, it's not. It's not just for that.
Used to purchase clothing, which give you buffs. And that's as much detail as I'm going to go into that.
And customization.
You're not just mindlessly punching through terrain. There is a small amount of...
If anything, coins gave you less back in the day. Yeah. I think there's an absolute objective argument to make that coins gave you less back in the day. Now you have collectibles that give you a lot of expression in your skin, which most people that I know like. But you can also just ignore it, you know?
Platforming in this game. And given that this is a 3D platformer, you would expect the platforming to be a major focus of the level design, and it probably is for about half of the layers, we'll say. But ironically, the parts of this game that feature the most real platforming are often the worst parts of the game because of the transformations. The ostrich and later the snake completely trivialize any challenge that there could have been from platforming. The snake lets you high jump and slow down time, and the ostrich just lets you glide over massive gaps. And this takes no skill at all.
Let's see if I can quickly find something that I saw today. So in the speedrun of Donkey Kong Bonanza right now, it is meta to not pick up the zebra. There are certain platforms that only the zebra can walk on, everybody else get damaged. And in the last stage, was it any percent speedrun? I think it is. Again, I don't know if I can find it immediately. Yeah, right here. Right here. So this sub-layer is like the actual end of the game. Usually there's a platform spawning in front of you where the zebra can run over and then get to barrels, and the barrels shoot you to the next platform section and you just walk through them. Dodge some simple threats, whatever. Hazard. And that's it. Well, they found a way to not even use the Bonanza the entire game. By incorporating these overpowered, makes the game easy type of things, by using it to get hard platforming done that saves time and is challenging. So they suck up some stuff here already, preparing themselves for the boss fight and for a few shots they have to take on lava beams so they can hop against it and climb up on it. So this platform only for the zebra is walkable. So now they already used this thing. They sucked it up before the cutscene as the elephant. They spawned it, immediately swapped to the ostrich, carrying that thing, flying as far as you can while dodging these few hazards on the floor, which is not insanely tight, but it is still not trivial, as he makes it sound. So right here, that's the elephant spawning one of those boulders, right? Ostrich mode, flying as far as you can, dodging this hitbox, which is close, putting it there to be able to land on it, right? Jumping off of that to get further, and look how close everything is with the lava, right? And that's a world record holder. I saw somebody practicing for this route today, a person that had multiple world records in Odyssey, namely minimum capture, which is the wonkiest one that takes the weirdest amount of skill to keep going. Now they appear, spawn another platform in the air as an elephant, go back to ostrich. Flying over to this, shooting it, so it gets rid of the hazard layer. Now he can climb it, let's go. Takes one of those, uses all the mechanics to fly, shoots open another one, and all of that is barely making it with the height he needs, because that lava is rising and the barrel is in this height. And another one going into here. Last platform approaching, dropping that thing that he just picked up from that last thing, like from that last gold arc thingy, to be able to do an extra jump, and now skips the entire platform to barely make it on the side of this. Down here he would die, and climb up into the cutscene. It's the beginning of the speedruns of this game, so I'm not gonna sit here and argue that's insanely hard. But that's challenging and creative. That shows that you have skill expression in this game. And not just, oh, Sunshine was so cool and so challenging, because in the rooms where you don't have flood, aka you have like 3 or 4 movement options and jump options, there's one tight route to do to catch all the cyclists and stuff. There's no skill expression. But somehow that's better. And somehow these games have no interesting new mechanics and stuff. And somehow it's all way too easy. Yeah, then make it harder, like these people are doing. If you so dearly want to play the game, make it harder. If you don't want to play the game, don't play the game. What? Using one ability makes you not have to partake in the platforming? Damn. If only you had to go out of your way to press a certain button combo in order to use said floating ability and you weren't forced to use it. Yeah, yeah. It's not like you have to use it, dude. Chill. Should also bring up the fact that the main mechanic of Mario Sunshine is literally a water jetpack, letting you hover, which is a broken ability in a platformer. Yeah! Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. That's a good point to bring up. Absolutely good. Pokelel smart. That's
and if you're thinking like, well, the transformation is limited, actually, no, not really. The way you fuel the transformations is by collecting gold, and I'd say about 95% of the time, you're going to collect enough gold during the transformation to immediately transform again afterward. And even if you don't, there's an item in the game that lets you transform without having the gold meter full. This is a true fetus game, trust me. And I could excuse some of this if there was any challenge in the game, but there isn't, man. Even when it comes to easy...
Says the guy that plays with 6 hearts on this boss. Says the guy that's playing with 6 hearts on this boss. You don't have to engage with those things. I think that's what it comes down to on my end, and I think I can stop now saying that again, or sum it up a little easier, but you don't have to engage with those things. If they make it easier, you don't do it. Easy as that. Why do you have 6 hearts here when the game is way too easy? Don't make it easy. Try to go with 0 hit through the game. Not 0 hit, but like go with a single life through the game. I don't know if there's mandatory lives, maybe you have to have 3. Because the speedrunner had 3, but I don't know. Most likely there's like 3 or something, yeah. But then do it that way. Then do it that way. Don't use the ostrich to get over this barrier that hurts you.
Of easy,
and
you have to
fly
understand
into it. But use your normal Donkey Kong form if you want to. You're allowed
has to be
to
at
do that.
least the illusion of challenge.
And that's what I don't get is this part shows one thing that what the game does is there's one problem and the game offers you dozens of ways to solve that problem, and that's somehow the problem for you. So what you want is it's tailored to one skill, like one skill level, and it has to be tight. I'm gonna say it now because I feel like it, and again I'm using his wording, not mine. But Donkey Kong Bonanza is proof that idiocracy is real. I would argue this video is proof that idiocracy is real. An optional item that lets you use the mechanic you think is bad. If only you were forced to buy said item and then manually use it and you weren't forced to. Okay, I made that joke already.
for a game to be engaging.
But it's a good one.
You can argue the Spyro games are
Good
very
games are
easy.
usually true.
You're probably only going to die maybe a handful of times, but there's still the illusion of death because of all the gaps you have to glide over.
Oh, the illusion of death makes it. Oh, that's the difference.
In DK Bonanza, there's a balloon mechanic that saves you from dying from falling off.
Do you have to pick up the balloons and use them? Guess what? As per usual throughout this video, the answer is no.
Cliffs, and you can hold up to 10.
That's like saying, yeah, Odyssey is even more a game for infants than it already is. Because you could turn on assist mode. That's like saying BPM is made for babies. Because you can go into practice mode, set your hit window to very loose, and activate auto aims. By that definition, fucking Doom is casual as shit and an easy infant game. Oh no! Another oh no. The game in the series that has always had an extra life system, making you not punish as hard if you mess up once. Yeah.
Of them. Another huge problem I have with the hand holding is the lack of any true exploration. There's not really any sense of discovery because this game literally has waypoints every 5 fucking minutes. You always know where to go, even though the sandbox isn't even that big. You're gonna figure it out on your own easily. Another thing that annoyed me over time, and I know some people are just gonna say, oh, you could have turned it off in options, is the fact that every time you're near something you can interact with, the button prompt on screen shows. And I don't mean like press A to talk, that's fairly normal. I mean like every time you stand near one of these void co things, you gotta sing with Pauline, it says, oh, hold L down to sing every time. It's like, I know how to do this, I've done it 100 times already. And again, that completely brain-dead gameplay loop is the type of thing that...
How do you just mention the counter-argument and not elaborate? Yeah, what is the issue with it being able to turn on and off? How do you... Nah, why are you so dabbed? Why are you so dabbed? Like, honestly, you're giving me a headache. Mr. Synthetic Man, you're giving me a fucking headache. How do you mention the counter-argument that would solve the problem that destroyed the experience for you and not elaborate why that wouldn't help you in your case? So accessibility is automatically problematic. Ah, understood. Okay, good to know. So games that, for example, allow different types of inputs or changing inputs to your liking because maybe you have a handicap in life, that makes it bad. So Celeste is a bad game because you can bind crouch and dash on the same button? Why is it so hand-holdy? Why is Celeste so easy and casual? Why is it made for babies? No, it's accessibility. It's so people that are insanely good at games can find their challenging modes, can ignore stuff that makes it easy and baby, and people that take an hour for an average tutorial can also play. Sorry, I had to say it. I had to say it. Just turn it off. Yeah, like you said you could. Yeah. Wish this button gets annoying. Absolutely. It's hot clutter. Yeah, I think for me that a good argument would be it's breaking immersion. But again, if you can turn it off, turn it off. Nice to not have read through the tutorial to remember what button does what. Yeah, how do you... Yeah, whatever. Like, at least be happy that there's not a tutorial in this one. It is, but it's a gameplay tutorial. You play the game already. Just an easier, small version. First boss is not, it's just a normal enemy that you face in later levels. But that fucking matters since usually games are pretty intuitive and always have spacebar, A, B, jump, while neighboring button is the action. Yeah, turn it off. Figure it out in your own. Like, what the fuck?
figure it out on your own easily. Another thing that annoyed me over time, and I know some people are just gonna say, oh, you could have turned it off in options, is the fact that every time you're near something you can interact with, the button prompt on screen shows. And I don't mean like press A to talk, that's fairly normal. I mean time. It's like, I know how to do this, I've done it 100 times already.
Then why don't turn it off? Easy as that. Then why don't turn it off?
And again, that completely brain dead game.
Like, I get your point. I get your point. We both, Chad and I, we get your point. Absolutely. For immersion's sakes, for being annoying, too handheldy, feeling like you're getting patronized. Yes, we understand you. But the game understands you. The developer understood you as well. So they made that option to turn it off.
Gameplay loop.
Why not do it?
Is the type of thing that truly would only be compelling to young children. But what are young children actually playing? They're playing Fortnite. A lot of them play Grand Theft Auto or Call of Duty. And even if they are playing age-appropriate games, it's more likely things like Minecraft or Roblox. The Switch 2 is definitely in the tier of luxury console at this point. Even if you can get it at MSRP, that's what, $500? I had to pay over $600 for mine. There's no fucking kids buying this shit and playing Donkey Kong. Why is Nintendo designing...
I want to point out two things. A, again, why are you generalizing? Why is he generalizing stuff like that? Yeah, there is no kids. No kids out there play this game. There's no parents that buy that for their kids. No. Or guess what? What Nintendo always tried to do is make something that the parents can buy, the man-child father can play, but the child can play as well. And the wife can play as well. But no, that doesn't exist. There is no children playing this game. That doesn't exist. I love how we generalize everything as if we are the compound of all knowledge and statistics on this planet. Where do you pull those stats from? That would be interesting. Where are we pulling those stats from? Let me guess. Out your asshole. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. So yeah. And now for the funny part that I want to point out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This game's so easy. Meanwhile, almost maxed my health. It's a little bit of a shot right here. I get that. A little bit of a shot right here. As a game reviewer, you want to engage with all mechanics of the game to then review it. But if you hate your job so much and the games you review, either try to review games that after 10 hours, 20 hours, you realize is not your thing, or just stop reviewing only to get negative rants out there because you know that gives you views. Video Game Donkey found a way to just have fun with the game no matter if it's bad or good. I am a prime example for that as well. No matter if a game is dog shit or not when I play it, I find a way to have fun with it. Yes, sometimes, like Jump King or 40 on games, rage games, I'm grinding my fucking gears and I'm not enjoying myself for a session, for two, for a week. Yes, when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, it's the only thing I can think about. No. Yeah, I guess yes, because the other one I would bring up is difficult game for climbing, about climbing, which is again 40 on rage game. But yeah, I have that as well where I'm like not enjoying myself much anymore. But if I would have immediately not enjoyed myself, because I just wanted to see it through at that point, if I immediately would have not enjoyed myself, then I wouldn't have kept going, wasting my time, wasting everybody else's time. But again, you do it because that's your content. I will never understand that. Why you wanna base your, I guess, at least career, if not most of your time spent in your life, with negativity. You're not gonna change flash news for you, Mr. Synthetic Man. Guess what? You're doing it only for views and money, because your enjoyment isn't there. And guess what? You're not gonna change this planet with your insightful review. If that's your thing, I want to get the message out, then take a slice of Actman or people like that. Because you're not going to change the world, the industry. You're not going to make people wake up. Which is funny, because then conservatives would be the woke ones. I think we got to a point where conservatives are the woke ones. Because they woke up about all the bias everywhere and all the conspiracies everywhere. Oh, damn it. Yeah, you know what's funny about that statement? It's not default. You say, wow, it's not default to off. I have to do all this effort of going into the settings and change the settings to cater more to me specifically. Oh no. Funny that you say that, because that implies more than just a little meme that you make. It implies, and I guess you know that, but it implies that, yes, if anything, the people that need help with these things need to be prioritized, because you should be smart enough, according to yourself, to go into settings and change that. But the other person that needs button prompts every second is not smart enough to do that. Or is not, I don't know, has a fucked up memory or whatever to do that, or as a 5-year-old child. Yeah, if anything, it makes absolute, objective, logical sense to do it in a way where it's automatically on, rather than, or default on, rather than default off. That makes so much sense, logically speaking. Yeah, good point. Obviously, new console expensive, plus $80 mainline game is stinky, but that's corporate fault, not video game development fault. Yeah, fair, absolutely fair. Yeah, go after the publisher, and he does partially, and I agree with a bunch of things when it comes to overall publishers being more greedy and trying to cater to a broader audience. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't agree with your reasonings for it. You seem like you're so stuck in your conservative bias and against the votes. But it really makes it hard for you to see stuff without a political spectrum, just as it is. And for reviewing a game, the development of a game, the state of a game, the gameplay and stuff, your politics don't matter that much anymore. It would be more interesting to keep it out. And there's this phenomenon, I think it has a name. Somebody, like there was a known philosopher that put that out there. I really can't think of the name right now. I'm bad with names. That said, and it always proved true the last couple of centuries, I guess. Maybe not centuries, but like decades. That the more you talk about politics, view everything through politics, and judge everything through politics, and bring up politics, the more politics are going to be engaging with it and growing with it and be more of a topic. The more you complain about woke in-game, the more it either going to happen that way, to be more woke, or they change their game because of political reasons to cater to you, if your political reasons become mainstream, which nowadays conservative is a little more mainstream. So you're not doing the games and the gameplay any favor by judging it through a political scope the entire time, because that just tells the developer and the industry to change their games based on politics, which is exactly what you don't like about games that are woke and stuff. You are the problem on the other side of the coin. And your approach is the reason why initially that happened. Because guess what? Why did games become more woke? Just to make sales? Yes, but based on what? On people of the left crying about it, that there is not enough inclusion. That's why we got to this point. You're not doing it a favor by viewing everything in a political scope. Although I don't disagree with you that a lot of it is designed because of a political scope. Yes, I just said that. But you're making it worse. You're not solving anything. So yeah. How many kids do you know that are playing super raw violence games like GTA and Fortnite? I know I don't know any, but I also don't know many kids in the first place, so that doesn't count. According to my son, what he likes to play, and also what his friend group and other children in his age, around 12, like to play, it is more Roblox than anything else because it's the most accessible. But as soon as he has access to other games, he loves to play GTA a lot. But I wouldn't say more. It's more like 50-50 split when it comes to him. A lot of his friends play Fortnite every now and then to check out every patch. And that's about it. So most of them, yeah, play Roblox. That type of gaming experience, which I barely call gaming experience, you know. But still, that doesn't mean that this generalized statement of Donkey Kong Bonanza is not played by any kids makes no sense. And a reasonable parent likely looks at least at the general idea of what they are giving their kid before giving it to them. I don't know about that, but I mean, yeah, reasonable parent, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. How many reasonable parents actually exist out there? I don't know, yeah. Either way, if there's obviously no market of kids who play this type of game ever, then why the fuck would big Giga Corpo make games at that target audience? Yeah. You should elaborate on that. He should elaborate on that. I think so as well. Why is it catered to kids if it doesn't pay? I mean, I guess because it's made for man children. Big business who has all your marketing data likely knows what target audience they have. 100%. Roblox pretty accessible because it's free and there's a lot of explore. A lot to explore there. Makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. I always say that when I shit talk Roblox, I'm like, I at least understand. I can at least empathize with people that if you can't access anything else, you can access hundreds of games in there.
Games exclusively for small children. Now, of course, there's always going to be the argument that this is not for you, which is...
Did he now again go back on his statement from earlier? Wait, I gotta listen to that before I say some bullshit.
Shit in playing Donkey Kong? Why is Nintendo designing these games exclusively for small children? Now,
did he say earlier when he talked about man children, did he say he doesn't think that children actually play this, but this game is actually played by man children only? Or did he say it was made for man children? Because if he said made, then he's literally going back on this sentence again that he already went back on in the beginning by doing that sentence that I just talked about. It's not made for children. And that's always Nintendo since what? At least the Wii. by the way, the biggest console and stuff, right? At least since the Wii, they cater to casual gamers. You can pick this console up for your family and everybody can play the game. That's what they're catering to, not children. And that's not a recent woke decision to make or making games more infant-like. That has roots back in, what is that? When did the Wii get released? Fucking 20... I don't want to say some bullshit. 2012? Around 2010? 2006. That's 20 years ago, dude. 20 years ago. Could be putting this out of my ass. It could also just be my perspective and my generation, whatnot, but I swear there's a certain pattern with the games people played growing up. I feel like there's a Minecraft phase, a horror phase, Roblox phase, FPS gun game phase, in no specific order. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Arcades before that, absolutely. Absolutely. And 3D platformers had its space back in the golden 3D platformer days, with a few games that he mentioned.
Of course, there's always going to be the argument that this is not for you, which is a lie, given that, again, I love 3D platformers. I mean, for all 5 of you who watch the best part of my best and worst games of each year videos, there's a 3D platform in the top 5 every single year. My top 2 games of last...
Yeah, and how are you, again, crazy, again, just this one-dimensional view of everything. Oh, the genre... The bucket that I put this, or these games are being put in, is mine, so it's gotta be catered to me. Like, what are you saying? 3D platformers are a broad thing. Genres shouldn't be viewed as a box with there is no way out and all within has to be the same. No, this game is not made for you. Absolutely not made for you. Just because you like 3D platformers. I like 2D platformers, and then I played the game with the pogo stick and it was like absolutely not my thing. Does that mean that it's a bad game because it didn't cater to me?
Last year were Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, an indie 3D platformer, and Astrobot. So yes, these games are for me. I love this genre, and yeah, I think DK Bonanza is incredibly mediocre, repetitive, and bland.
He says, I think, fair.
Basically a baby game expert at this point. I played almost every major 3D platformer and plenty of decently obscure ones. Well, again, you know, the answer is obvious because games are not made for all ages anymore, for the most part. You could definitely argue something like Fortnite is for everyone. Now, me personally, I got sick of Battle Royales probably about 2 years after they got popular, and even then, I didn't play them that much. I probably only put 100 hours into Warzone at most, and barely touched PUBG or Fortnite. But I digress. The point of what I'm saying is, at a certain point, obviously, all of the huge corporations realize the main demographic for video games is 18 to 34, so the vast majority of games are rated M for mature. But there used to be a lot of effort put into these kid-friendly games. I mean, I still remember the Mascot era pretty fondly, and there was a point in the...
You don't understand why those phases are such a thing too. Like, I don't even like horror, at least not jump scares, but growing up I had a time where I went in depth with Pokemon creepypastas for some reason. Yeah. Usually, like, these phases were more a thing of monoculture. So back in the day, way more often than nowadays, where there is so much saturation and so much availability and accessibility. Back in the day, again, monoculture, we had to go for the movie that played at 8 p.m. on this channel, right? Because that was the time we could watch movies, and therefore everybody had to either like it or not engage with it. And that's the same with pretty much all these things. Minecraft is easy to explain. YouTube popped off at that time. Minecraft was a reason for it, but also benefited from it. And then it built nostalgia. Then it's like, that's where I got my footing in gaming. So I think for all these cases, there's one of those explanations, for sure. 100 hours is still, honestly, a lot, not gonna lie, unless it's over the span of like 5 years. I mean, he said 2 years. He said 2 years. 100 hours in Warzone, 2 years.
Early 2000s, at least with PlayStation, where it felt like their mascots were aging with their audience. I mean, with the PS1, we went from Spyro and Crash Bandicoot to then PS2, we had Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter. Basically,
Why does that have to be the case?
going from
As simple as that. I'm gonna put it as simple as that. Why does that have to be the case? Why do they have to grow up with their audience, the key audience from back in the day? Why? Why do they have to do that? They don't have to do that. What is that weird sense of we own this art direction and direction of the game? Where's this weird we own the direction of this game because we grew up with it? Where's that coming from? It's fair if you view that as a good thing with these games. Ratchet and Clank just released a game 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Play that, have fun with it. Why does, for example, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Donkey Kong has to age up with you? What? And what would that look like? I mean, just to sound a little stupid, so we keep it on the same level here. So the female monkey should just have huge fucking tits and barely wear anything. And your Bonanza forms are actually guns you pick up. Is that how it should look like? Like, he's throwing a lot of rhetoric out there without any elaboration. He's just giving some examples from, again, ancient times. And that's it.
Kids to teens, right? Now it feels like these kids games either don't exist at all or are moving backward. And I'm not gonna sit here and wank off Astrobot or anything, because I do think the gameplay of that game is a bit lacking, to say the least. But if you compare Astrobot to DK Bonanza, at least Astro did have some engaging things going for it. There were a decent amount of gimmicks in that game that at least somewhat enhanced the very simplistic core gameplay loop. There's even cases where series gets
Bonanza has nothing of that kind, and Odyssey has nothing of that kind.
It's easier as it goes on.
But then we have masterpieces like Sunshine, which has a jetpack that can make you flutter in the air, that can make you slide on the floor, that can be used as shooting bubblegum, like water bubbles, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, and Odyssey has that as well. Just a little more of it, by the way. Bonanza is different. It's a different game. It is not a Donkey Kong Country game. It's barely a Donkey Kong 64 comparison game. If anything, I would argue that those three type of Donkey Kong games are all different Donkey Kong games. They just have the same franchise. They don't treat the same space of platformers. Because Donkey Kong Country also was like, in these three games, there's arguments to be made that some of these are really easy in platforming. And it was more almost like a Metroidvania softcore version. A slower paced Metroidvania. Absolutely, obviously, if you're going to continue a series, you should expect a returning audience as well as a new audience. But on the other hand, what even is aging a game up? Mature rating is usually stuff like horny and bloody gore violence. Yes. More edgy things, more depth in the story and stuff like that. But if that's what you liked, why would a company risk that? Why would they risk that? You know? Why would they go for a niche? Not to be actually, but if he's gonna gimmick existed before, and say Astrobot had some unique mechanics while playing that ghost clip, I'm just gonna say that immediately reminded me of a minigame in Wii Party where you also use flashlights to clear ghosts. So yeah, not creatively bankrupt. Over there, it's good because it adds to the simplistic gameplay loop. You know? But how dare you? How dare you use skill points in your game? You're creatively bankrupt.
But still maintains enough challenge to feel fair and engaging, usually by adding more mechanics. A great example of this is Crash 1 to Crash 2. Crash 2 is much easier than Crash 1.
Old games, old games, old games, old games. I get that the premise of this video is comparing how new games are made for infants compared to old games. But old games, old games, old games. The Astrobot was the only thing so far, or like the indie game as well, that added something new to it. That makes me think that you are actually seeing that there is good games for people, everybody. But no, this game is not made for me. That's the basic underlying thematic of this entire video. This one game that I decided to review, that I decided to continue to finish after I didn't like it, was not tailored to me. And that's fair if you say your opinion. By the way, as of late, he's saying more his opinion. I respect that. The beginning of this video was horrendous in comparison to now. He says more stuff like, I think, in my opinion, in my experience, bringing up examples from his gaming life. And that's more fair, absolutely. But a lot of this video is just as the beginning, like a lot of just not true things to back up, to make your subjective takes sound educated and objective when they aren't. And now it's a lot of, yeah, I mean, you pointed out with the wah wah wah. Now it's a lot of, it wasn't made for me, but if you made it this way, I would have liked it. Me. Believe you me, if the numbers wouldn't speak for it, they wouldn't do it. There's a reason that this company that is so massive and big is still around to this day with their bad decision making. You know? I don't agree with the decision making sometimes either, because it's clearly focused on profit a lot of the times. Rushing out stuff like Pokemon games. But the video right now doesn't have much substance other than See, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for the slurp. Thanks for the stretch. You could say gyroscopic controller whatnot makes it different, but in my opinion, a Wii pointer cursor is just objectively better way of move controller to control the game. Fair. I would agree with that. I absolutely agree with that, yeah.
But it's undoubtedly the better game by a...
And you could use it as a gyroscopic controller as well. Like, I think that Mario Kart was super fun. Mario Kart Wii was my favorite Mario Kart because that's when I engaged with the steering wheel mechanics. And yes, you can totally just do that with Mario Kart 8 as well. But that's where I engaged with it more. And so, yeah, it works with that controller as well. So I agree with that.
Mile. And the main reason that Crash 2 is easier is because they added sliding and a high jump you can do immediately afterward. That one move not only makes the platforming feel a lot more precise, but also opens up the opportunity for having a lot more creative level design. And speaking of level design, there's no goddamn level design in DK Bonanza. It's these mini sandboxes. Thank God they're not giant empty sandboxes for the most part, so slightly better than what I usually deal with when I review mediocre modern games. But even these mini sandboxes, they just feel so flat. There's like no verticality outside of you can dig underground to find some secrets, but digging through the earth is not level design because you're creating the level, which is just a straight line with no challenges and no enemies. Turning into a big monkey and just punching your way through the earth to get from point A to point B gets boring after 2 to 3 hours. I just can't fuck
For you. Fair. Fair. This last minute, fair. Just get used to say it for you.
stand this
Stop trying to be the voice of everybody out there.
absolute onslaught of lazy-ass giant empty sandboxes in modern video games, man. I know people used to bitch all the time about, like, corridor shooters in the PS3 era, and don't get me wrong, those do suck. But I think in most cases, having a giant empty sandbox is just objectively worse than having a well-crafted level. 2 to 3 hours. I just can't fucking stand this absolute onslaught of lazy-ass giant empty sandboxes in modern video games, man. I
Why are you playing them mostly?
know people used to bitch all the time about, like,
Why are you mainly playing those games? I don't get that part of the entire video. Why? That's the main takeaway for me, is why are you engaging with it?
corridor shooters in the PS3
I answered it partially, views. Negative reviews go better than positive.
era, and don't get me wrong, those do suck. But I think in most cases, having a giant empty sandbox is just objectively worse than having a well-crafted level. I mean, if you imagine any level from Mario 64 and compare that to pretty much any level from Mario Odyssey, I guarantee you can picture that Super Mario 64 level almost perfectly in your memory, whereas the Odyssey one is just a blur. Why? Because Mario 64 has much tighter level design. It's just that simple.
So far I was a lot of passionate, like I was very passionate about the video and me reacting to it and reviewing it and do Mediashare and stuff, but now I'm gonna say something that might be more emotional. It is so exhausting and annoying that he cannot say anything, or barely anything, can say barely anything in a subjective way. That it's really annoying. It's so annoying that he speaks for everybody all the time. Get your head out of your ass and try to speak in a subjective way. Easy as that. I played both of those games. 64, way more. But since Odyssey was more recent, I remember the layouts better. That doesn't refute my argument here doesn't say that his argument about the level design is wrong at all. I'm willing to agree to that even. But my God, please try to use some more subjective speech. Can't be that hard to just not have 90% of your sentences end in I bet it is gonna be like that. You think nobody agrees. No, you're wrong. Objectively speaking, not about the substance of your sentence, but the way you're saying it. You are wrong. You think there's nobody out there? You actually think there's nobody out there? What are you willing to bet on that? What are you willing to bet on that one? Go in, give it your all. You're so confident. Bet it all on one horse, baby. That annoys me. When people are so incapable of speaking for them. They speak for everybody. Yeah, you are the organ of gaming. You are the voice. The pinnacle. Speak for me, Messiah!
Blur. Why? Because Mario 64 has much tighter level design. It's
Like, I don't even disagree with that sentence, but the way you're saying it is annoying.
just that simple. And it's even worse than DK Banana.
Sorry, that was me being a little more on a tangent, I guess, and rant. And actually pissed off a little. Because it's annoying. It's exhausting. I feel like Corridor Shooter's point felt like such a side point that was only maybe partially brought up because he thought it'd be a counterpoint, even though it really doesn't feel like it. Yeah, especially for 3D platformers. Why do you bring that argument? Yeah, good point. Why do you bring up the corridor shooters in 3D platformers? Do you want 3D platformers to be corridors? To be more streamlined? you know? Just ignore all the extra open space and just streamline from goal to goal to challenge to challenge to you know what? So it again ends up as you don't have to engage with it. And yeah, why bring that up in a 3D platformer? That's literally like bringing that up in an RPG. That's the same level. Bringing that up in an RPG. Why are RPGs not more? Like, everybody complained about the corridor thing, but I'd rather have that well-designed an RPG than an open world that has nothing to do. And like, you know what I mean? Why bring that up? This is a 3D platformer. What do you expect? What you want is a 2D platformer. There you go, solved your problem. Although there's one game that looks like it could be what he's describing. Super Meat Boy is coming out 3D, and that's not open world. That's more a corridor approach to a 3D game.
My name is Dominic, co-founder and art director at Sluggerfly, and I'm here to give you a look at some Super Meat Boy.
Like, there is no go off and explore the world.
3D gameplay. We are incredibly honored to be working on this project. The original Super Meat Boy.
So if he's talking about that, then why engage with a game like that, you know? Main story, why do you engage with it?
Obviously, for the reasons I already said. I can remember the level themes,
but
despite just playing these levels, I don't remember anything specific because the platforming doesn't fucking matter. The bananas don't matter either. This is truly one of those games where you could probably...
Again, I think that you could make the platforming more interesting for you, and I think that you could view the bananas as something else, but fair point about the memorability of levels.
Just skip almost everything optional and just bum rush.
Although, honestly though, I think it's a valid criticism compared to other 3D platformers and stuff, but I want to show you something. In Donkey Kong, let's go for any level, any level. I mean, I might just get a bad one. He brought up Super Mario 64 at the beginning with a comparison to Odyssey. I think that's fair. But Donkey Kong in its own franchise. Tell me this bonus level here is challenging in platforming and easy to memorize the layout and everything. I mean, that one maybe because it seems like it's looping, but how creatively bankrupt, am I right? Up top, Synthetic Man, come on. But yeah, tell me that this is easier to remember. Bonus level, not a main level? Fair. I think it's still a good example, but then tell me that this is easier to remember. Hard platforming, I just jumped. I made it easily, but hard platforming. Look at that, I could have just ducked under that enemy, imagine. So, look at this level and tell me that this is easier to remember the entire layout of than one singular floor, sub-layer, level of Bonanza. Not a bonus level. It's a normal level. So within that franchise, I would argue that that statement is not 100% true. Compared with other franchises, fair. If you compare it to 64, yes. Compared to Odyssey, yes. Odyssey. Galaxy, yes. Like Mario games. But this is not anything else. This is not anything else in how memorable the level is, or how challenging the platforming is. Who can draw this level that you just saw this fucking second perfectly for me out? Like, draw it out perfectly. Most likely you're gonna fail. you know? So, yeah, it's like...
Rush your way to the end, and the only challenge you might face is if you didn't upgrade health, because I think all of your other basic abilities could probably easily carry you through this game. The game has a hell of a lot of boss fights, and almost every single one is solved by just punching the thing. And I'm not even saying like you have to memorize the boss's attack patterns and then punch. I mean, you run directly up to him and fucking punch him till he dies. But to get back on track here with the point of this video, my only question is like, who are these games for? Because again, they're not for children. I don't think there's any parents who are buying their kids a Switch 2, at least probably not until Christmas, where it has some decent games, because I don't hear like any buzz about Donkey Kong Bonanza outside of course, critics giving it a score it doesn't deserve because they suck off every major corporation. I mean, again, Switch 2 sold out almost immediately. Back on track here with the point of this video, my only question is like, who are these games for? Because again, they're not for children. I don't think there's any parents who are buying...
I don't think there's any parents
their kids a Switch 2
who's buying their kids a Switch 2, or maybe themselves, and let them play.
At least probably not.
I don't want to shatter your worldview, but there is, and if it's only one, there is, and you're wrong.
Not until Christmas, where it has some decent games, because I don't hear like any buzz about Donkey Kong Bonanza outside of course, critics giving it a score it doesn't deserve because they...
Did you watch the Donkey videos on it? He's having a lot of fun with it, and millions of views, and millions of people that watch these videos and have fun with it as well.
Suck off every...
You know what's the difference? He's creative. That's the difference.
Major corporate.
He's not just sitting there letting it shower over himself and then goes for a lazy ass approach to reviewing it.
I mean, again, Switch 2 sold out almost immediately.
By the way, do you see how he's saying that the bosses literally have no mechanics, no patterns, nothing to do other than walking up to them and punching them? And a few seconds later, he's playing against the boss.
Kong Bonanza outside of course, critics giving it a score it doesn't deserve because they suck off every...
He cannot walk towards and punch.
Major corporation.
But has to engage with the mechanics. Do you see? Do you see that?
Again, Switch 2 sold out almost immediately by the man-baby Disney adult Nintendo audience. So parents are gonna have to pay a premium to get this shit just for 2 games, one of which being arguably...
You see how he's walking up to the boss and killing it? And how he didn't have to clear out a space for him to stand in this pattern, in this attack? Do you see how he's just walking up to them, attacking them without having to work around mechanics?
The worst Mario Kart game in...
Do you see it? His point is so strong.
Over 20 years.
Look at that, there's an attack pattern. Why do you go over there? Wait, why do you go over there? The boss was over there. Just walk towards him and punch him.
Well, yeah, I'll admit, if I had this game...
Also, do you get damaged? You got damaged this fight. Ooh.
As a kid, I'd probably like it, but what does that matter? I mean, obviously, kids have lower standards for games, but I'm happy...
Did you just get hit by an attack? Wait, why did you get hit by an attack? Synthetic man, why did you get hit by an attack there? You said you just walk up and that's it? Hey, yo, a raid? Oh, it's a little late. I'm about to end the stream, but I appreciate that. Funny enough, thank you so much for the raid. All the love to you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Oh, that's 7-6. Oh. We know, just gotta do it. Okay, I appreciate that. How was your stream? I appreciate that. I don't think there was a lot of people here, but maybe if we can get a shout out right there. Drop some loving, everybody. If you haven't already checked it out, check out the funny nerf. I'm gonna do the same while I'm eating after stream and doing stream after stream care. So yeah, drop a follow. It is for free, goes a long way. Check their content out next time. I would appreciate that. Thanks for the raid. Mwah. But it's the end of the stream. Literally the last 3 minutes of this video, which is a conclusion and not much to react to anymore. I'm memeing at the moment hard because this person is so full of shit that it's interesting. Yeah, deleting the what? Why? No.
Excuse me.
Funny enough, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Funny enough, you're the main. new baguette in the oven right now. Make yourself cozy and comfortable. Appreciate it. Give a quick summary of the game, of the video. I've watched this video yesterday and today, a 25-minute video. Took me 4 to 5 hours to react to, because I'm passionate about it and I think it's interesting. Initially I wanted to watch this video because Donkey Kong Bonanza is out, and so far I see good things, I hear good things. I'm an ADHD-ridden bitch that likes the chaos over there, that likes a lot of things that I'm seeing and a lot of things that I'm hearing, and think it's a funny, casual thing. But I was like, yeah, if I watch a review that's positive, I'm not gonna get much out of it, so I'm gonna watch a review that's negative about it, right? So I found this Donkey Kong Bonanza is proof that idiocracy is real by a synthetic man. And holy shit, dude is absolutely incapable of saying anything or barely anything in a subjective manner. He is the voice of all gamers. He says dog shit, stupid shit that you can easily refute, that you can objectively see it's wrong and logically see it's wrong and makes no goddamn sense, confidently, and then backs up his own reasons why he hates a game, subjective reasons, not reasons, subjective opinions that he hates a game, backs them up with stating something in a way where it sounds objective, but then you do a quick Google and everything falls apart. He seems really sad. His entire shtick is negativity. That's all he does, which is really sad. Why would you do that to yourself other than views, baby? The views! So yeah, that was the short part of it. Mainly he's complaining about features that you do not have to engage with. Mainly he's complaining about features that make games easier, aka more accessible, that again, you do not have to engage with. Mainly he's talking about how all games nowadays are easy and made for infants. All of them, just everything. He talks about all games having tutorials, which is wrong, that take over an hour to beat, which is wrong for most people. Maybe for him it's true, I don't know. But it's weird to complain about how easy that game is and at the same point bringing up how you struggle on every tutorial out there for over an hour. He's bringing up comparisons that seem like he's really stuck in a nostalgia bias. Given his channel and a lot of things he's saying, he's bringing a lot of politics into it, which I agree with, that politics are kind of problematic in games and stuff. But he doesn't see the hypocrisy of, if you view it in a political way, it's gonna lead to another change in games in a political way. The reason they hate games and think they are woke and so bad and leftist and whatever is because crybabies on the left side started saying, oh, nothing has enough inclusion, everything is excluding us, and therefore games got political. And now he's criticizing that on a political scheme, which again, I get you, I understand you, but you're making it worse. You're not helping the situation, because if they listen to you, they change it in a political way again. Good game design should not be like that. He's having a really hard time to focus on anything within this game that he reviews. He's saying more about himself as a gamer, how uncreative he is to engage in the game differently, how a lot of skill expression and a lot of ways to make it easier or harder the game makes it really bad, because he loves to just sit down, let a game shower himself. And if that experience is not tailored to him specifically, it's problematic. This video and this dude is insane. Insane. And the latest statement he did was all the bosses in Donkey Kong Bonanza. And I want to have y'all see that for yourself, so you get a taste of what we did here. He says all bosses, all, again, a generalization, all bosses have no mechanics to them, no patterns, no nothing. You just walk up to them and punch them. Literally. He used literally and he used all. A generalization and saying it is like that. Fact. Objective based fact. and then watch the clip that he includes in his video of his playthrough.
It's probably not until Christmas where it has some decent games.
Walking up to the boss and punching him. So far it matches. So far it checks out, right?
Because I don't hear like any buzz.
He did that for what? 1 second? 2 seconds? What he said he did for 2 seconds? Now watch the next couple of seconds.
It's about Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Wait, he realized he has to recognize the pattern that's happening and back off, because that shockwave would hit him. Okay, dodge that shockwave. He could still be somewhat correct if now he just goes back and punches the shit out of that boss.
Outside of course, critics giving it a score it doesn't deserve because they suck off every...
Wait, the boss jumps away, so you cannot just walk up to him and punch him? But you said you could! What do you mean? And now you react to the pattern? The attack?
Major corporation.
The mechanic?
I mean, again, Switch 2...
But you said you just walk up to bosses and hit them, and that's all you do.
Out almost immediately by the
But I hope now he's going back to just punching the shit out of the boss, right?
And baby Disney adult Nintendo audience.
No, he engages with another mechanic and dodges another pattern. But now he's gonna go back and just punch the shit out of that boss, correct?
So parents are gonna have to pay a premium to get this shit.
No, he's clearing out gold to have a safe spot to stand on for this mechanic and pattern.
For 2 games.
Wait, but you said... Okay, now he's gonna go back. Punch the shit out of the boss,
One
right?
of which being arguably the worst Mario Kart game in
Oh, what is that? Another attack? Another mechanic? And the boss is behind it? But you said you can't just walk... he's just gonna walk through it. Because that's what he said. He's just gonna walk through it and punch the shit out of him. By the way, this game is so easy. It sits on fucking 7 HP already.
20 years. And while, yeah, I'll admit, if I
Why are you walking over here? The boss is over there.
had
What do you
this
mean?
game as a kid, I'd probably like
Wait, why are you engaging with the mechanic here?
But what does that matter? I
Oh
mean,
god, there's the attack, but you told us it doesn't matter. Also got hit, by the way. Masterful gameplay there. But there's a mechanic now. You don't have to engage with it, right? You can't just walk through it and punch the boss.
and obviously kids have lower standards.
Oh, you don't know how to evade it.
For game.
Oh, you died?
But I'm
Wait, Nah, that was a glitch in the game. Obviously, he's just walking up and punching the shit out of him.
happy that I grew up with a
That was a glitch.
lot of games that game developers truly cared about making a good experience for people of all ages. Now, of course, I realize I'm
But
talking
now
to
he's gonna walk up to the boss and hits him, right? No, he doesn't. Because that's
audience
the next couple of attacks and patterns he has to recognize and dodge.
most of which probably wouldn't touch
But I
these
guess now you see the boss, you just walk up to him and punch the shit out of him.
games as a grown-ass man.
Throws a
Me,
boulder.
I have pretty broad taste.
Stays away. Why are you scared? You said you can't just walk up to the fucking boss and punch the shit out of them. My dear, you couldn't be more wrong, and it's insane. I didn't even play the game. You managed to say something and show us how wrong you are in the same fucking breath. What a trash game.
One day I can play Postal 2 and start gunning down civilians, pissing on them, burning them alive.
Where is the punching the boss?
And then an hour later I
in
play
this 2 minutes that we watched so far, where do you punch the boss?
Gex 3 and have a great time. I get it. This is more a video for me.
Wait, you're engaging with another mechanic. You know what I mean. You get the point. You get the point. And that's been the entire video. He's talking so confidently and so much dog shit that it's fascinating. It was entertaining. I give him that much, but for the wrong reasons.
That it is for any of you guys, let's be real. But I can't
Any
help
point
but
that wasn't
lament.
also just straight up contradicted within the same breath. As you see, yes. You did a 14-hour stream? Oh shit, what do you play? Screen share clip? Okay. Thanks, some things happened. Let me murder that ward. Finished. Okay. Why not? Also, yeah, guys, quite ridiculous. Like, why? I don't know. The main thing that I can get out of this is he's doing well being negative as shit. Being conservative and being negative as shit is just something that works. Nowadays, right now, it works. It's easy as fuck, but it's also sad. Why would you want that? Play games you enjoy. Like, just to bring you a counter argument to all of this negativity and why I think that mainly, no, synthetic man, you are just incapable of enjoying yourself when the game is more accessible. You have a lot of subjective points that you cannot defend subjectively, or you want to give some weight to them by going for something that sounds objective when it's most of the time not even correct. And no, you are just not creative enough to make it into a good experience. Because how the fuck does Donkey have so much fun with this dog shit fucking game? So much fun that he's posting 1, 2, 3 videos already. They actually perform well. And he's having fun with them.
We have... Oh.
Did you consider that it's not your game and you shouldn't play it? Did you consider that the industry doesn't need to be tailored to you? A person that loves to sit there and just let it shower him. Take my hand. You argue so much about how hand-holy the game is when what you demand is a game that takes your hand. Tailored to myself. Take my hand. Don't give me stuff I can engage with. Like,
This chest won't open. Have you guys tried this?
how does this dude have fun? How? And how do the comments have fun with him? Mystery. So yeah. Interesting video.
Like how Nintendo has
Dude, the
slowly
boss gets
fallen
punched
over
the shit
time.
out
I
of
know
him now.
basically
He died in
every
his car,
game
baby. Easy him
studio
out.
has
Yeah,
fallen.
while having 7 hearts. I think the maximum is 8, but I might be wrong. 7 hearts, a revive item. So,
Billions
yeah.
must die. But there's something about Nintendo, I just feel like they've been slipping, and you just hope that they'll recover because
Yeah,
you
there's an extra life item. This game is too easy. Yeah.
can see that at least some of their games still have a decent
He
amount of soul.
absolutely likes nothing. It seems like that. And that's... I mean, he does like things, but he makes it seem in this video and the presentation of his channel that he's really not enjoying anything. Which is for sure wrong. I said it before, I'm not here to call him an idiot. I'm not here to call him stupid. I'm not here to call him a sad fuck. What I see, what he speaks, and what I get from it seems sad, seems stupid, seems uncreative, you know? So it's what his actions that I'm judging, not him. I judge what I see, not him as a person. Sure, there's some things that make him enjoy himself. Sure, there's some things that he knows more about, is more cultured, more educated, whatever, than me. For sure. I'm sure he's not just an annoying piece of shit to be around. But what I saw is not proof that idiocracy is real in Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's proof that idiocracy is real in this video.
You know, I'm one of those people who really did like Breath of the Wild. I've said it a bunch of times.
Didn't see the gameplay.
And even Tears of the Kingdom,
about 3
although it
seconds
was
more of this
basically just a
bullshit. Yeah.
copy-paste job with really shitty
Fucking himself
Banjo-Kazooie
up.
nuts and bolts style mechanics, it was still a decent game. Probably should have just been like an expansion instead of a full experience. But
He feels so cool when he's saying shit and so above it. He's so above it.
I had fun playing it. Donkey Kong, I can't say I really had fun after like 3 hours in. It was just all...
And you still kept playing and wasting your time. Wow. What was the motivation? Let's be real. Views, baby. Views. Because why else would you do that?
Alright, but yeah, I guess originally I wanted to talk about a bunch of different baby games here, but let's be real, you know, this is definitely the worst example in a long time. Nintendo has clearly just stopped giving a fuck at this point. They know... their shit is gonna sell anyway, at least to the Disney adult audience. And yes, some people
Also, yeah, I think what's super funny that a lot of y'all missed is how often he argued that the games are made for babies nowadays, and then how often he argues, and you just heard it right here, that it's not even made for babies, it's made for Disney-liking adult man-children. He also said stuff like, objectively speaking and generalizing, no child plays this game. It's clearly not made for children. While also saying, this game is clearly made for children. While also saying, this game is clearly made for Disney man-children. While also saying, this is the reason the infantilization of gaming, like this is the proof for it. Point and case, this was interesting. Still get a dislike, but it was interesting. Thank you for your contribution. So, but that's it for today. I pushed it a little farther than I wanted to because I have a busy day and I only slept 3 hours last night. So let's kick it off. Let's raid somebody while listening to Donkey Kong Bonanza song. Actually gotta head out this time. Perfect timing. That's good. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna find somebody to raid real quickly and then we're gonna be gone. Thank you so much for everybody joining today and making my day a little better. I hope I did the same with y'all. For y'all? With y'all? Whatever. So yeah. Take care. Thank you again for that raid. That was really, really kind. We're gonna raid out to our good friend Ebrozo playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. Fuck yeah. So yeah, 76, feel free to give him another shout out. Funny Nerf, I'm gonna make sure to follow and check out your content next time around. Wait, you got Bruce as your... I banned him. Sorry, that was a misclick. I wanted to follow you, I misclicked. I'm sorry, I dropped the follow now. All good. All good. All good, I'm sorry. Thanks again for the raid and the follow.
But that is like a bad game or something?
Yeah, we're gonna watch a bad game today to fall asleep too. Let's rage together. Let's be desperate fucks. And look for everything that's bad. So, take care. Banned the radar. Yeah, that was... I'm sorry. Misclick. But yeah, all the love to y'all. Stay tasty and toasty. I might be streaming tomorrow. I don't know yet, but... Have a wonderful night. Avoid any fight. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Have it your way. If I stream tomorrow, Mario Mon, Jump King. And maybe some Mediashare, because I kind of like it again. I'm passionate about talking a lot. So yeah, bye bye, and Sam, participate on the showdown, don't forget about it.